How in the heck are we all doing there, folks? I appreciate everybody tremendously, I guess, for holding up, I guess, for a little bit longer, I guess, than normal start time at 5 p.m. Eastern time, but had some things that were last minute things, I guess, trying to get together, put together here to showcase, I guess, on here for Spline Design Studios Saturday. And I think once I get all the information and all the things I want to show you there, it'll definitely feel it'll be worth it. So do appreciate, I guess, this very much so as far as just the patience in there. Y'all are fantastic. Hope everybody's having a great Saturday so far. Okay, so just to kind of give you a little bit of a tidbit of what we're going to attempt to go over here today. Just awaiting on some information from our buddy Torch. He's got a new track build, and it has been discussed, I guess, in the previous streams there, I guess, as far as the likes of an up-to-date version of the Texas Motor Speedway. So I'll just kind of throw that out there, get that, just to give you a little bit of insight, I guess, as far as what is potentially going to be covered here. Let's go ahead and bring this on over right away. Let's not waste too much more time. I know we're already running a little bit later than usual. So we've got some of the pieces to this somewhat started off here. Relatively low-res SAT image, you know, for a ground plane, I guess, for the layout of the track, to get things scaled properly and whatever. The piece that I am waiting on from Torch there is the rest of the LiDAR. So we do have some of the LiDAR. I'll kind of turn some of these pieces off just so you can get an idea. So this piece here, we have the actual LiDAR that's been chunked out, segmented out by use of the Cloud Compare, and this is coming right from the USGS website. It's current as of 2018, as you can kind of tell by the name of the file for it. So that's been just the track portion of it anyway has been segmented out. Now you can see there's some data that's missing. So right off the bat there, as far as like some of the data in the turns 3 and 4 section. Now keeping in mind that the modifications to the configuration of the Texas Motor Speedway as of spring of 2017 happen to only affect this end of the track. So pretty much anything on this end of the track is pretty much unchanged. So the fact that we do have a majority of the data, as far as the LiDAR data, be able to fill this information in, somewhat calculated in a calculated fashion there. So it shouldn't be too difficult, I guess, to be able to fill in that void as far as to the missing information from the LiDAR. Yeah, for some reason, the LiDAR information that is relatively current as of 2018, as it showed, is missing this information here on the turn 3/4 side. But as I said, most of that information is what the configuration of the track has not changed previous to that. So all the changes that we do need to take in consideration for what's been done with the track as of since then is all on this end. So we're good on that portion. So the only thing we're waiting for from our buddy Torch, and it's a lot of information with the LiDAR, as we've definitely mentioned before in the past. The point cloud data, just you can tell just from this point cloud data that we have just for the track surface, just how dense it is. So let me turn off our low poly template here of it, just to get some clarity. Let's make sure that I'm into that, and let's hide it. Alright, so now all we have here is just the LiDAR information just for the track surface. You can see just by looking at this information here just how detailed just the track surface is. These are all individual polys based on the point cloud data. So the fact that it is no consequence that the data for the additional information around the track, to include like the infield area and such, to include the outer areas of the track, it's going to be pretty beefy. And as I said, we have definitely proven this before. I've shown this in other streams, I guess, as far as how the process can be somewhat resource hungry, I guess, as far as you got to have a really stout computer system, as far as a PC, to be able to handle these types of processes. And by that, I can tell you, I guess, as far as, and I've mentioned before, 16 gigs of RAM, running on a 3rd gen i7 CPU, and currently running a GTX 970 at 4 gigabytes. So just to kind of give you a rough idea of system specs that I have on here, and my system will tend to struggle even with that. So the fact that it's still holding on, I guess, so far, even as I speak here, streaming this stuff here, it's very, very surprising. But we're gonna drive on, suck it up and drive on here, and get it hopefully to stay with us here. I'm gonna turn this down just a tad bit more, so I feel like I'm kind of shouting over the background music. Okay, just to kind of keep some ambient sounds going in the background. All right, so yeah, that's so we're just in a waiting pattern, I guess, here for a little bit, just to kind of get that additional information here. Now, just to kind of give some further insight of what we're trying to accomplish by applying this LiDAR. We have the ground plane in here, so the LiDAR information that comes directly from the USGS website, totally free. This SAT image, this ground plane that we have in here, has been scaled up based on Google Earth measurements, as far as the scaling, taking the ruler method, I guess, as far as in Google Earth, to be able to size the background image up properly, so that once you bring the LiDAR in, which is, it's usually going to be overscaled, so to get it scaled properly to real-world information as far as the ground plane, that's what we have here. That's what you're seeing here. So this highlighted piece of the LiDAR is scaled to match the already sized up background image here, as far as the overhead SAT image of, for that information. So that's what we're looking at the moment. The other information that we have in here, I can turn off the LiDAR information and bring in the low poly version of that. So now, keeping in mind, working with particular racing simulations like NASCAR Racing 2003, which is the direction Torch is initially taking, I guess, to build this brand new version of Texas Motor Speedway, you cannot take the LiDAR, even with it as chunked down as it is with that LiDAR that I just hid there. You will not be able to use that as a model. It's just got too much information into it to convert it into a model, so you can bring it into the sandbox. So in an effort to dummy down, I guess, that point cloud data that's in that LiDAR, you have to create a low poly version of that. And that's what's in this scene. So I'm going to show this template for that LiDAR. And I might have to change the color of this just to kind of give it some contrast, but you can somewhat see it in there. Here's the low poly thing here. I'm going to apply a different material here just to kind of give it some contrast. Let's try a magenta. Sounds pretty good. Or something close to it. Alright, so now we can see the low poly version of that LiDAR around the track. So again, you can see it scaled in. It's based on all that LiDAR information that we have, and it's got that continuation of that missing information on the turn 3-4 side. So this gives a little bit more clarity of what the process that is involved with getting your ground image scaled properly based on real-world information off of Google Earth, for example, getting that image onto your ground plate size correctly so that you can bring that LiDAR and scale it to that, and then building this otherwise low poly version of that LiDAR information so we can make a potential 3DO in this case to bring it into the sandbox for NASCAR Racing 2003, and then from there you can build the geometry of your track and sandbox. So that's just to kind of put it in a nutshell of what we're trying to accomplish with the track build, and this will give us a much more accurate and precise representation of the track in reality by doing all this. So there probably is some adjustments here that we'll need to make to this low poly version of this. You can see that's where it's cutting in here, so there may need to be some adjustments here, and that's part of the reason why Torch has got this design here. Now, in speaking with Torch prior to the start of stream here, that was part of the reason, I guess, for somewhat of the delay. He didn't necessarily take the approach of doing the spline method as far as to lay this cross-section version of this here. There's many different ways, I guess, to go about creating this low-poly spline. You know, this low-poly version of the LiDAR. However, whatever suits you best, I guess, as far as to accomplish, you know, getting to this point, to be able to better represent that LiDAR and be able to use that information from the LiDAR into a 3D model, you know, to bring into Sandbox. That's whatever works the best, I guess, as far as to be able to manipulate that model to the LiDAR is just use that. I guess that's the best way I can put it. And so far from what I've seen here, the way Torch has got this done here, I probably wouldn't have done it much different. I'll just put it that way. Alright, so just checking on the progress here. I hope Torch hasn't hope he's still doing alright here. I'm keeping the just waiting on the information, I guess, from Torch to get the additional information here. I can definitely still continue with what I got here. We can definitely create this, you know, continue to just kind of adjust this model as we need to the LiDAR, just to make sure that we have, you know, that representation of the LiDAR the way we need it. Still exporting it, yeah, and then, you know, it's don't worry is that when we get it, we get it. Yeah, the fact that, as I've already mentioned, the LiDAR information, just with that track surface alone, just that with that isolated from what I've shown there, it's pretty chunky, and you'll find that it's like, but in a lot of cases, that information that you get being so chunky like that, it's very useful, you know, as far as to be able to get that accurate representation of the track in reality, for example. So, right. I see what the issue is with the point cloud. There's two? What do you mean there's two? I see what the issue with the point cloud. Oh, are you looking at the oh, do you have the information there too there, James? Yeah, turns 3 and 4, right. And that's what I was pointing out there, James. So if you're looking at the same information as Torch has got there, that most recent information from 2018, yeah, it's only missing the turns 3 and 4. But that was what Torch had been, you know, communicating with me as far as, like, do we still feel that this is feasible, I guess, to be able to do it, to have that. I don't think there's all that much missing to where you can't fill in the gaps, I guess, for that. And that's kind of the what Torch and I guess we're discussing there. I think it's still a feasible option there, even though we're missing that data from the turns 3 and 4 in. It may not get to be, I guess, 100% accurate, but there's information that we have, like, from the track website, as far as, like, what the degrees of banking and all that stuff is, there's to kind of use that information, I guess, to our advantage. And there's still enough data into that to where it shouldn't be too difficult, I guess, to be able to fill that gap in, is all. Get you guys condense point cloud or object. Yeah, we look for some dumb reason that part is missing. Yeah, I don't know, and it's just the way they do the scans, right? It's just the way they do the scans. Sometimes they weren't so specific in scanning, I guess, like, say, Texas Motor Speedway. They were just scanning particular regions at the time they did that, and it just so happened to cut off that end of the track. But yeah, well, definitely, if you have something there, James, we can definitely probably send it off Torch's direction. He's the one that's the headliner, I guess, as far as this is the thing he wants to. This is going to be his next project. Let's just put it that way. He's done a fantastic job with the Dover, the Dover Speedway build that he's just got to move on to the next project. So you're looking at one right now? Yeah, let me get it also, it's not so big. Right. And that was something that Torch and I was discussing too, as far as to make it so where it wasn't so chunky. and that's what he's dealing with right now. Even with that, that piece missing in the turn 3 and 4 side. Yeah. Yeah, I would like to know where he got that too, because I know from what Torch, you and I had looked at there wasn't a more current version other than that 2018. So if there was something we missed, definitely would like some insight, I guess, on that there, James. Yeah, because I helped Torch there a little bit too, and that we both came up with the same conclusion there as far as what information was available for Texas, which again I don't feel it was entirely inaccurate. It was only missing that little bit on turns 3 and 4, but there was enough information there, like I said, as far as to complete that information. All right, James has got his other methods there, it seems. All right, anywho, with what information that is here though, you could still easily make a 3D model of this here, barring the fact that we get this. I'm going to compare this now. I'm going to close the ground plane here for a second. For example, let's just hide that, and let's bring back the LiDAR that we do have. Let's unhide and bring this out. Yeah, so the fact that that information right here, this is directly, like I said, from the USGS website. So it's got all the information in there as far as like what, where we got it from, and what it pertains to, and all that good stuff. So it's good to keep that. So you can see, but I took away the ground plane. You can see the information that is missing as far as on the turn 3-4 side, which is a pretty decent chunk there, but it's not like detrimental. So 96 megs. Okay. No, that's not that terrible at all. No, I've dealt with much bigger, that's for sure. But yeah, we'd probably have to put it up on a link or something like that, I guess. I would just a recommendation. I would probably send it Torch's way, and then get him to, because he's got all the. I got all the information from him, and this is where we're at, I guess, at the moment. Yeah, like I was saying, Torch, you would more than likely have to probably put in a link, possibly on the SDS website. However James wants to do it, but yeah, that's a pretty chunky file, so yeah, we'll leave that up to James, I guess, to get that over to you. And then once you get what you need there, Torch, then you can use that information to your abilities. But I kind of like the way you've done this so far, Torch, I guess, as far as to fill in that void, I guess, as far as that goes. And it may necessarily be considered, I guess, just a complete guess, but I think it's a pretty good guess. As far as, again, just using that information that we do have available to us, as far as there being 24 degrees of banking on that end. Now, there could be some discrepancies in that model, as far as like it could be lower or higher, I guess, like in this spot, so we have no way, I guess, to really get it fine-tuned, I guess, to be 100% accurate with that missing information. So, and I think that's where James has, found that more complete version of that, I guess, to be able to satisfy getting this absolutely correct. But I think what you've done here so far, this is exactly the part of the process there, and I think that's. Now, with the way you've got this low poly version of the LiDAR done, and again, you can just see how white this is, how many polys is in this LiDAR information. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of cloud point data into this, and like I said, you would not be able to use this and to convert this into a model. You would have to have a supercomputer, I guess, to be able to compile that into a 3D model to bring it into, say, NASCAR Racing 2003 sandbox. So. If it's any of the LAS, is that okay? Oh, that's up to Torch, okay. The mesh is 600 megs. That sounds about right. That's a pretty significant. Going back to, this goes back a few streams, I guess, as far as working on the Charlotte Roval. That's about what I've got there. In fact, I think I still got that original LAS file. I think. let me look through my information here. I was looking through some of my Texas stuff that I did for the 2015 build, which is obviously outdated at this point. Let me see here. So, yeah, let me go into my mesh items here for the Charlotte build. Here it is. Yeah, so it would have been based on this information. So here's the last files that I have for that, and these are really low density scans. So the beefiest one that I have there, as far as last files, it's only ended up being at like about 56 megs. So that one that's for Texas there, it's a chunky boy. Yep. But even with this one that I've shown, and I've got the VODs out there, I guess, on the channel, I guess, that show just getting that, even that minuscule information as far as the details, the height data for buildings, you know, the track surface and all that stuff. That's really all you need to get. So it doesn't really require necessarily to have a really beefy scan, right? All that means then is you would have a lot more information to kind of dummy down, I guess. And this is part of the whole process, I guess, of using that point cloud data. And this goes the same for any other racing simulation that's out there. For example, any type of you cannot take that direct point cloud data, that cloud point data, and use that into the simulation. It's impossible. So what necessarily it does have to be done is it has to be dummied down enough so that it can be rendered graphically, I guess, into a simulation, regardless of which one it is. So see, 28 meg zipped. I can handle that. Yeah, that's a pretty good zip, actually, I guess, as far as going from 600 megs to 28. I think I should stop exporting this one I have. Yeah, you could probably do that. If it's still exporting there, Torch, you could probably cancel that one, because it's going to be incomplete in comparison to what Racer James will be sending you. Yeah, James will have a link for you. Yeah. So you can be in communicato, I guess, with Racer James, just as far as where he'll make that available for you. Yeah. So yeah, you can probably, like I said there, Torch, you can probably stop that export, I guess, of that, because it's going to be more incomplete, it sounds like, from what Racer James has been able to find. But again, even with this information that we do have here, you can still conform this low poly spline, which is the pink here, and follow that in there. The only thing that will probably be different with that one that James will be sending Torch there is it'll have this more complete information on the turn 3-4 side is all. And that's very useful. The more of that data that you can get, the better. Because then it takes all the guesswork out of it. It takes entirely all the guesswork out of it. But the way you've got this poly segmented out, that's pretty impressive, I'll have to admit. It's not really that hard to do, but it does take a little bit of sleight of hand, I guess, to be able to get that, you know, that proper amount of information, I guess, just for the track surface, for example. Taking that from the big chunky LiDAR that James was mentioning there, and being able to segment that out so you can make it useful into what we're using here is 3ds Max. So just to get it to that point, to where it's usable, where you can make that low poly model of the LiDAR. Yes, it's a little bit tedious, but I think it's in the long run, in the grand scheme of things, it's very much worth it. Future viewers, the link may die at some point, but we have videos talking about, yes, yeah, we got plenty of videos out there. I've got plenty of VODs on the channel, and eventually I'll be getting them over to the YouTube channel. Probably what I'll end up doing is doing more of a semi-time lapse, I guess, of that process, just to kind of, you know, remove some of the dead conversation. And I don't want to say that too harshly, but I mean, it's like there's information that's just kind of rambling on, so just to kind of condense that whole process down, just to kind of make it make more sense, I guess, as far as the entire process. It's a little bit of a process, don't get me wrong, but as far as this process that we have put together here, it's about as simplistic and consolidated as you can be at this point. And the end results, there's plenty of track builds that have been completed using this very process. Number one, going all the way back, I guess, as far as James's North Wilkesboro scratch track build. That's a pretty good example. There's also the Dover. Both the two versions of Dover now, I guess, are done by Torch, as far as the spring race in 2019, celebrating the 50th anniversary of the track, as well as the latest has been the Chase version of that. So it has some new items in comparison, I guess, to that initial release for the spring version. So all those tracks, just to name a few, have been constructed from scratch, I guess, by using this very process that we're discussing right now. Oh, you put it up on here. Okay, that works too, I suppose. I was wondering if you're just going to whisper that to him or whatever. But for anybody that wants to grab that zip, feel free to. That'll be up on there, just like James had mentioned. That'll, for future viewers, that link will at some point be purged. So, yeah, just be aware of that. I think it was working fine the first one there. At least it let me. Let me see if I can grab it again. Oh, no, that sure didn't. That sure didn't. It may not let you do it that way, James. As far as through chat, anyway. Yeah. So, yeah, it may not let you do it. Let me try it this way. Just out of curiosity, let's open a new tab. Yeah, probably won't let you do it that way. No, see, James, what I was thinking you were going to do is just, yeah, send a private. Yeah, I think in the chat, I think it's more or less the chat. Probably won't let it go that way. That's what I'm thinking. You might have to put the HTTP in front of that, James. There you go. Or the HTTPS. What you did here. Huh, interesting. Yeah, like Torch was mentioning there, maybe try sending it via Facebook or whichever by the means. I think it might be just the chat that's stepping on it, because it's not like a valid website, for example. You're trying to go to the back end of the site, and it may not like that. Yeah, that's probably all it is. Right, I'm getting the same thing there, Torch, so. I'm gonna try a couple things here myself just to see. Yeah, open a new tab. Let's see. Nope, that didn't work either. Nope, does it need to be just HTTP? I wonder if that's, let me see, I'm trying. Just trying some things. Nope, so it doesn't like, oh wait, did that download? Just a second here. I gotta check my stuff. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. It failed there. It tried to. Yeah. Showed it right there. Just a second here. Oops, hold on. Yeah, it definitely tried to right here, but it failed. But I think the back end of the site there, it's too I want to say private or secured, and it's not going to allow a link in the Facebook. Yeah. Whatever that means. Yeah, whatever that means. I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, it may necessarily be. You might have to condense the name of the file. That's probably another thing I think of too. Yeah, you might have to condense down. It might be just too long. I know it's got like underscores and stuff in there too, but you might have to condense it down just a little bit. Yeah, that could be. That's very possible. Yeah, you could probably take out like the Picos, just, I don't know, just name it. I guess more condense it as far as like Texas, at the Texas 2018 combined scan or something like that. Yeah. Call it the file. There you go. Right. I think what James is trying to do is just maintain, I guess, the original naming, I guess, of the file from the USGS website, and that's understandable. That way you know exactly what it is. You're not like, what the heck is this now? You know, that's probably what I would do. Okay, so anywho, I'm gonna go ahead and delete that. So while that's being worked on there, we can yeah, it is in the name of the actual file itself anyway. That's true. So as far as the zip, yeah, you could just name it whatever. That's a pretty simple fix there too. Yeah. Yeah. So as far as the LAS file or whatever it is that he's attempting, I guess, to zip up there, yeah, it would still be in the name of the LAS file. Okay. Yeah, so we're just a little bit of a waiting pattern here still, I guess, as far as... now, like I was saying, though, getting back to this really quick, while we're in that holding pattern, even with this information here, we could easily take this template that Torch has got laid out based on this LiDAR. And the LiDAR probably that will come from what James is attempting to send over to Torch. We'll have it'll be relatively the same thing here, only we'll have this information over on this end of the track surface. So... but it will need, you know, with that new LAS information, LAZ, we'll need to get it scaled, I guess, to our model in here prior to being able to adjust that. Now, we don't want to adjust to our low poly template of it here. We definitely don't want to do that. We want to scale it up properly to that ground plane that I was showing there earlier. And that's all. That would be all based on as accurately as possible, I guess, as far as based on measurements, you know, cross measurements of, and so on, I guess, as far as to get the track sized up properly on that ground plane. That is your base. So it's like if you don't get that correct, none of the other information as far as the scaling of the LiDAR and your own template for it is going to be wrong. So, and you can easily, there's enough information we've got in videos on the Spline Design Studios website and so on, I guess, that explain how you get that information out of the Google Earth and whatever, as far as using the measurement tool and such in there. It's 100% one-to-one representation of how you get that information from Google Earth in comparison to, say, in Sandbox using the linear guide, depending on which units you put that into. So, did you get it? Oh, that's my YouTube channel right there, as I just mentioned that. Width of the track is minimum 58 or 17.6. Oh, okay, so you're just measuring. Oh, I see what you did. So what you're saying towards what you didn't do, I guess, as far as to size up the ground plane, just to kind of hit on that a little bit. The way we've explained it, more so probably James, but also myself, like what you would want to do is take a measurement in Google Earth as far as like a cross section between, say, the start finish line to the back stretch in a straight line, and then apex of the corners, for example, or something else that is a static object, to be able to scale it up properly. So regardless of how you do it, you want to make sure you go that way. Don't try to size up just the distance of the track surface, for example. So if that is necessarily what you did, that may not work as well. You're better off to take a more cross-section version of it. Hey, you mooing at me? So you measured in the process there that I mentioned, as far as doing it from like apex to apex, and you know, front stretch to back stretch. That's probably the most reasonable way, I guess, to do it, as far as to get an accurate reading anyway. Yeah. But, you know, once you get it to that point, yeah, you can definitely go down even further and say, okay, I know from the width of, say, the apron to the outside wall is a certain amount of distance, for example. that's just to get more, precise, I guess, as far as getting everything, down to a much smaller unit of measurement anyway. Yeah, so it's not entirely wrong. Just don't go by that initially, I guess, as far as to get that sized up, as scaled in is all. Octane coming in with the lurk again. Appreciate that lurk there, Octane. So you just open up the Texas folder. I've got a ton of old premium track textures. Probably from the 2015 build, I'd imagine, right, James? Yeah, I've got plenty of myself, to be honest. That's what I was looking at here earlier. So yeah, going back to my Texas build, this is going back to, I even got, and it's going to be inaccurate, based on what Torch is going to be doing with the new information with the LiDAR, right? So this updated information with the LiDAR is going to obviously be skewed and, offset, I guess, to what we got here. But going back to the Texas build that I've got here, I need to get this one off the playlist. This one's so annoying. I'm moving on to this one. Thank you. That one is so freaking loud for some reason. I'll have to put a note onto that one. I don't know why. I always feel like I'm screaming over the top of that particular song in the song list. Anyway, so going into my Texas items here, going to the 2017 build, and this is the SRA version of it, as far as the Sim Racing Association. I've got the DA here as far as the all the foam lined up for that configuration of the track. Now this is previous. Keep in mind, even though it's dated as 2017, this is previous to the reconfiguration of turns 1 and 2. I want to make that abundantly clear. So all this information is going to be inaccurate, but I have all the foam sections or whatever for that. So that's part of what I've got. But I've also have got from the 2015 build that we did as a premium build for the SPP. I got a lot of that going on here too. I've got a lot of this is from James here. So we've got the new grandstands. We've got some of that pass files first was getting scripted and so on, as well as the raw files, I guess, for all that. So yeah, got a lot of that original raw files, I guess, for that stuff. Yep, I remember you did all the billboards, grandstands. Yep, I got all that. I've got it all archived right now. I've got the big hoss that I did here as far as all the original frames that I used for that. This is all based on, track information here. So yeah, here's all the still frames for, whoops, let's bring that over this way. So I got all the still frames for that. This has usually been my approach to it, to take actual track, from the actual game, from the sim itself, as opposed to real world. I mean, nothing wrong with that. I've seen what Torch had done, I guess, with the Dover build, as far as like taking actual footage of the race at Dover and putting that into frames. I've taken the approach, I guess, as far as to take a loop of cars going around, check a particular angle, and just go that way. That's what I got here. I got 52 frames, all laid in that pattern. I've got the original TGAs from all the individual frames that I did from inside the sim itself. That was a tedious process. But and again, part of the reason for doing that, the end result, just it screams, I guess, the necessity to do that. So I got my temp screen. That's what the holding pattern, as far as like before it goes into race, for example. This is just the static pieces, I guess, to the big hoss. Yeah, using the trans as far as the magenta in the background, as opposed to using a TI. I got all the script for that, so yeah, I got all those original files. So whether or not what Torch's direction, I guess, is for that, we got plenty of information based on the 2015 build. A lot of that hasn't changed. So it's still got the big hoss in there. So if that's necessarily something we can put into this new build, I guess, for that. The main thing, I guess, as far as what needs to get done with this new rendition for Texas is to taking into account the changes that have been done to the turn 1 and 2 side, but also even to further apply more precision and accuracy to the banking overall, based on even previous builds like this 2015 or 17 build. There were some inaccuracies. We're not going to try and beat around the bush, I guess, with that. There was definitely some inaccuracies in those previous builds, and very minor, but definitely some inaccuracies. So by doing this and building it entirely from scratch again, to start fresh, using the latest information as far as the LiDAR, that's freely available on the USGS website. James has proved that fact. He's sending. I never did download that, actually. Yeah. So as far as Torch is concerned, if there's anything you need, you can either get a hold of James or you can get a hold of myself, because I've got a lot of the stuff that both James and I had worked on with that 2015 build, for example. So I never did try to. Did it? Oh wait. Oh, you put it on your Google Drive. Is that what you did? Let me try that. Okay. Yeah, it just won't let me preview, which is fine. Let's go ahead and download that. You put it on the Google Drive. I see what you did. I'll go ahead and snag that then. Yes, we're going to download that. Thank you very much. Hopefully it doesn't crap on the stream here. Nope, that was actually pretty quick. 28 megabytes you said it was? Just making sure it's correct. Sure is, 28.2. Nice. Alright, let's see if we can't... now, granted, I'm still going to have to probably... cloud compare this and all this jazz. I don't know if I necessarily want to go for that process on this stream, because it is pretty tedious process. I'll leave it up to Torch, I guess, to go through that process. I guess to if he doesn't need any assistance on it, we can definitely walk him through it. But I don't particularly care to want to go through that entire process as far as to poly segment that out and whatever through cloud compare, yada yada. That would need to be required, I guess, to get that. But just to give some insight, I'm just curious. I'm going to open this up in Cloud Compare and at least get an idea of what information is in here, because I'm curious to see what information that James did find. So let's do this. We're going to go extract here. Boom. There's our last. Oh, it is the LAS. Okay. I thought it was the LAZ. That's fine. So you can usually get it in either the LAZ or the LAS format. Both are relatively, pretty comparable. Sometimes you will have the LAS, and some you'll have the LAZ. Some you'll have both. And in either case, you can use either one. Doesn't matter. It's going to have the proper mode of cloud point data that you need, I guess, to get that height data. As far as like for buildings, the track surface, and so on. So we're gonna try and hopefully the stream doesn't crap its pants here, and see if you can open this, bring it into Cloud Compare, so that we can. But I don't think I really care to want to. I still got to refresh my memory as far as how that works, and I don't want to really get into that as far as. So let's bring up the Cloud Compare here. This is freely available. In fact, I've got a link to that program. What it did require last time I was there, at least anyway, was just a nominal donation, I guess, to the developer of this. Let me see if I can find that. I do have it on the Rock Nation Discord. And let's just see. Just a second here. Let me see if I can find it, and once I do find it, I'll post the link into the chat here. Just give me a moment. Oh, you didn't get any shot though. You got nothing. Darn bot. Anyway, I'm telling you, he's being stingy. Okay. Did I put that in our admin stuff? Just a second here. I gotta remember where I put that information. For the Cloud Compare, I thought. Bear with me a second here, folks. I'm gonna see if I can track her down really quick. Nope, not there. Son of a gun. Well, for lack of being able to find it, I know I've got it somewhere. I just forgot. I haven't had the reason, I guess, to have to download it there in a while, so I need to close those out. Okay. What we could probably do, let me do it this way. if you Google Cloud Compare, you should be able to find it. I just want to prove it here. So let's go this way, and we'll just Google Cloud Compare. I'm pretty sure we should be able to find it that way. Yep. Booyah. Yep, this is it right here. So this is Daniel GM that has been developing this here, and all it does is require a donation. The program itself is entirely free. So once you download it, you might have an updated version from what I got here, but if you want to grab it that way, that's fine. You can download it right here. It works on pretty much any Windows platform. I'm currently running on Windows 7, 64-bit system. He's also got it available for Mac OS and Linux. If you do run it on there, he's got a little bit of a video that shows a little bit of introductory, but yeah, it's completely free. It does require, I guess, a bit of a donation if you're liking his work. So just a little bit of a plug, I guess, for the developer of the Cloud Compare. But once you download it, whichever version that you need for your system in specific, all you need to do is just click on the application like so and let it run. And from there, you'll be able to bring in those either LAS or LAZ files right into the Cloud Compare. And that's what I'm going to do right now. So if we do, and I'm going entirely by memory at this point here, so if I do miss some things, there's probably going to be a good reason for it. So yeah, James has got the link right there in the chat. Thank you, James. As far as where you can get that, and as I said, it's completely free. Doesn't cost you anything. If you want to donate to him, I'm sure you'd appreciate it. It's a very useful tool as far as for doing this type of process. So what we need to do is do an open, and then basically navigate to that last file, which in this case is going to be this one right here. Let's open it up, and you're going to get some dialogues here. Now, James can confirm with me here too. We haven't necessarily played around with any of the settings on this, any of this. Just kind of leave it all at default. In most cases, it'll give you the proper result. So we're just going to go ahead and do an apply. Yeah, so any of these dialogues that come up here, just pretty much just leave it alone. We haven't found any reason to have to adjust any of this. So just do a yes, and then it'll load that information in like so, and then it'll look kind of funky. Don't get me wrong. So it will look kind of funky. And now to move around this thing, and again, I'm going to be really rusty at this here. I do not 100% remember how to move around in this thing. It's not incredibly that difficult, but for some reason it's not letting me move this. But it looks like James is already, from what I can tell, the shape of this, he's already poly-segmented this track out. I gotta remember how to move around in this darn thing. I think you have to select it. Yeah, there we go. So you do have to select it, and you can use your, I'm just using left mouse at the moment. Yeah. Oh crap, I didn't get that going here. Hold on a minute. Why is my overlay not on here? Hold on a second. This will kind of give you guys somewhat of an idea of what's going on here. Yeah, so I just gotta bring that on. There we go. So yeah, all I'm doing is highlighting that piece here that I want to maneuver. You can see all that height data that's in here to include all the buildings. Oh man, this looks pretty chunky. I like it. Oh baby. Yeah. So James already has taken the initiative to poly-segment that out there. So the original LiDAR that you would have got from this would have been, you know, the entire area around the track. So he's already poly-segmented this out to just isolate the track itself. And you can see some of that information in here as far as some of the garages that are in the infield. There's the buildings on the outside of turn 2. That's the building on, there's the main grandstand. Lots of information in here to use, which it does obviously seem to include that information for turns 3 and 4, which is on this end. You can clearly see that definition, I guess, for that. So this is really all I wanted to see that. Now, as far as to take it any further to poly-segment that out and get it into 3D, I'm not gonna do that because I already know that can be a pretty tedious process. I guess you get this. Now from here, just to kind of give a little bit more information from here, you can basically export this out, and there's a little bit of a process to that. You can export this out, and again, I'm a little bit rusty at it, so I can't 100% remember. You can export this out, say, for example, as an OBJ, and then from that information there, and it's going to be pretty beefy, so you better make sure you have a lot of hard drive for this type of a scan in particular. When you have this much cloud point data, it's going to be a chunky file, guaranteed. So make sure you got a lot of hard drive space. So when you chunk this out, as far as to export this out as an OBJ, you'll then be able to bring that into your 3ds Max, for example, and then it's going to be oversized, overscaled. That's why it is impertinent to get your ground plane down as far as the proper scaling of your track that you're trying to represent based on that LiDAR, and get it scaled into your ground plane. And that would be a part of the process that Torch would have done with that initial, until we got this one here from James that James found. Appreciate that, James. But yeah, this is a much more complete scan of that. You can definitely see, like I said, as far as from here, you can see all the grandstands, all that height data for that. You can see the garages in the infield. And what I don't see is the big hoss. And it might be some of it chunked out here. Yeah, there's the big hoss right there on the back stretch. So it does even have that data. So in an effort, I guess, to get even the big hoss that we've created for the 2015 build, we can size that up to what's here. Absolutely. Any of these models here, as far as any of these buildings here, could definitely be scaled to check for accuracy, at least anyway. Scalar fields, intensity, blue, white, red looks really cool. Oh, James is mentioning, yeah, so there's some things that you can, this right here is pretty cool, just looking at it this way, to be honest, but there's different methods or views that you can look in Cloud Compare. Let me see here. I gotta, again, I'm refreshing my memory. I'm a little bit rusty at this, so haven't had to do this in a while. That's probably all the more reason I guess I want to do this, is to kind of refresh my memory. Some of this is kind of like riding a bike, but so the scalar feelers, okay, let me see if I can find this again, just a second. It's in this section here though, right? Yeah, scalar field, there we go. Intensity, and then blue, white, red. Alright, so if we go here, 3D view, can't remember how to change it. Yeah, so this scalar field, in the lower left box, there's scalar. Oh, so there's another one? I'm looking at this one here. What am I looking at here? The only scalar fields I see is this one right here. Am I looking in the wrong spot? Yeah, you can expand all this stuff open too. So like if you want to change the viewport size, it's very flexible in that regard. That's what's really nice utility. So where it says point source, why am I not seeing this? It's in this left pane here. The only scalar field that I see is that. Where's the oh, point source ID? Here you go. I see it. So if you go here, okay, and intensity. There we go. Holy crap! Yeah, see, look at that. So you can get different perspectives, you know, as far as, wow, that is crazy. This one's a really nice scan, I do have to admit. So this gives you, it basically just applies like a black and white version, I guess, of the real world information. You know, like say what comes from Google Earth, for example. You can definitely get some definitive representation, I guess, of these different. There's some gaps in here. Now, just the way this scan looks, as far as the holes that exist in here, it almost makes me tend to wonder that they probably did a top-down, like an aerial scan, as opposed to like a side scan, you know, as far as a ground scan, because there's a lot of missing information here. But this information here, as far as the height of these buildings and these grandstands, that's 100% useful. That is totally usable to get that, you know, to the proper height, say, for example. And you can definitely fill in the gaps, I guess, as far as the information that's not available, I guess, as far as on the front of the VIP stands, you know, on the grandstands and so on. I'll definitely be probably using this information against it. Now from here, and again, I would have to play around with this a little bit. I know I said I wasn't going to do this, but you can use polysegmenting to get like specific areas of this LiDAR out of here. So if you wanted to, and this is what Torch would have more or less did with the other version of the LiDAR that he had, was just to polysegment out the track surface, for example. Yeah. But if you want to get something specific, you know, as far as like if you wanted just the grandstands, you can polysegment that out and just focus a model to bring into 3ds Max on that for information. I am not even 100% sure what it would entail at this point, whether or not you could put this into an OBJ. It's going to be pretty chunky, I can already tell you right off the bat, just based on the cloud point data that's in this. This scan, I think James says it was 600 megs. Let me double check that. The zip was like 28, but let me double check that real quick. So this scan, oh, it was only 96. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, so you had dummied it down. Okay, that's right. The original scan, before you polysegmented out, would have been at 600 megs. So when you polysegmented out, it ended up being, in this case here, about 96 megs. Oh, the OBJ was 600 megs? Well, there you go then. Okay, there's the clarification. That's what I kind of figured it was going to be pretty chunky. And based on all that point cloud data, that cloud point data we can see in here, I could understand that. So again, as I reiterated, I'm going to reiterate as far as like what I said before. When you're dealing with this this type of density of a scan, you better have some hard drive space as far as to be able to save this as an OBJ, so that you can bring it into Max, because they will get pretty chunky. But like I said, you can also piece it out. So like say for example, like Torch has done initially with the scan that he had that wasn't quite as complete as this one, on a turn 3/4 side, he polysegmented out just the track surface, for example, and brought that in to Max, and that's what we have here. So you could go that route with that. It is a little bit of a process there, and like I said, I don't necessarily want to go through that because it can be very tedious, I guess, to do it. James did this obviously pretty quickly, first just to chunk out where the track was in that entire. Now there would have been a lot more information than just the track from that USGS website, but what James basically did was just polysegmented out, you know, that area of the track by itself. So that's what we're seeing here. But to get a little bit more precise on getting, say, just the track surface there, you want to take your time, so you're not leaving out any information that is needed. So that would take a little bit more, I guess, to be able to apply that. And like I said, I'm not going to go through all that, but this application here will definitely help you to be able to do that. Let's see if I can remember somewhat of how to do this really quick. I'm just kind of refresh my memory. I'm just going to attempt to do like a poly segment on here. So like say if I wanted to chunk out the infield and just leave the outer part of the track and the track surface in there. Let me see if I can remember how to do this. Let's just see here. I gotta refresh my memory, but so it doesn't matter which view you're in. So like if you're in here, it will definitely give you more clarity as far as like which areas that you want to maintain and which ones you want to poly segment. I thought there was a, again, you have to, wasn't there a poly segmentation area in here? I thought there was, from what I can remember at least anyway. I just gotta remember which one it was now. Let's pick it. Top row scissors. Okay, that's coming back to me. I remember scissors. And again, I'm just a little bit rusty on this. You'll have to excuse my my rustiness here as far as like, it's been a while since I've actually had to go through the process. Where's the scissors at? Why am I not seeing the scissors? Alright, we got the plus. Oh my goodness, why am I not seeing? Oh, there they are. These little right here. So this is your poly segment tool right here. So if you go into this, it brings up a little dialog. I do remember this much. And then from here, there's a segment here. Okay, so once that's selected, it's just letting me know or whatever that you want to select with this highlighted here. You can go into here and then start drawing lines. Now this is where it becomes a little bit more precise. So if you want to get really particular on areas, but you can basically just go all the way around and do just point clicks here, like so, to get your area. And I know I am totally going really fast on this, and I'm just trying to just show how this tool works. So you can go much more definitive. And probably another good point I guess to make here, you want to make sure you have everything that you want to poly segmented out in the viewport, because otherwise you won't be able to pan while this is going on here. So I'm just gonna do this really loose here, like so, but definitely make sure that you've got whatever you want to poly segmented out. And then once you're done, just right click, and then that'll be the area that'll get poly segmented. So from here you want to do check mark. I think that's how it goes. Let me see. There it is. So what it did, it didn't go away, right? So just cut that out there. So it should still be in here. Hopefully that did that. Maybe that didn't do. I thought I kept that in there. Did it not? Is that normally supposed to do that? I don't remember having to do that. I thought it just cut it out into a separate piece. Maybe I. And again, I'm a little bit rusty on this here. I could probably do. Oh, then check mark. There we go. So once you got it cut out, it's still here. You have to check mark it then. That's what it was. There we go. So it's now in here as a separate piece. So once you check mark it, now it's in here as a separate piece. Now you can turn what you just cut out like so. And again, don't go by what I did there. You definitely want to make sure that what you want to poly segment it out is in your viewport here. Because otherwise you won't. Once you get into that snipping tool, as far as to poly segment it out, you won't be able to pan out or anything like that. So you want to make sure you got enough of what you want to poly segment out, I guess, in view. But yeah, so now from this point, like I said, you can chunk out. It's like, say for example, I wanted to chunk out the infield. Now that's gone. Now I could OBJ this, for example, and that makes it a little bit smaller. So you can bring that in. And that's what the part of what Torch would have done with what he's got in here, is to poly segment out that that track surface information and then get it into Max here, and then start this process of building the low poly version of that, so that you can create a model and bring it into the Enter 2003 sandbox. But yeah, this is a really nice scan though. I'll probably go ahead and do my own poly segmentations here. I guess this is not too. I was kind of worried that this was going to be too strenuous on the system here. It's actually not handling all that terribly. Yeah, and that's just like I was mentioning there, James. If you wanted to pinpoint just individual objects, like say the grandstands, if you wanted to highlight just that, as far as to poly segment that out, you could definitely do that. So let's. You can drag over by right click. Okay. So, alright. It can take a little bit, I guess, to get in. So you can use your middle mouse to zoom in and out. Right click, I guess, to pan it this way, and then you can rotate it or pivot it this way with the left mouse. Okay, just to kind of give you some insight, I guess, as far as how it is. Yeah, but say for example, like what I would be interested in is the big hoss, which is on the back stretch. Okay, so let me see if I can get this in view. Let's see here. Now, keeping in mind, just because this information that is not visible in here, it's still here. I just got to turn it back on. So I still have it in here. So if I wanted to still spit this out, I guess in one piece, I could still do that based on this transform. So I can still spit it out from this level. It won't matter. So even though I've already poly segmented it out and I screwed that up, I can always either close that and open it back up here. All the information is still here. Just to make that so don't be too shocked or whatever as far as like, wow, where'd my information go? So just like I showed there, as far as like once you get it poly segmented out, hit the check mark and just puts it into a new piece here. As far as your little scene graph over on this left side. Okay, So, as I was saying, if I wanted to get this information for the big hoss, ooh, it's a little wonky. And change my DPI a little bit. Gotta make it a little bit more smoother. There we go. So the big hoss. Let's see here. Yeah, so we're kind of indulging a little bit, I guess, as far as what Torch would have done to get where he's presently at with that track surface information anyway. What was the date on this one anyway? So this was dated 2018. So is this the same one? I'm just curious now. So the last file that Torch sent me here, I'm just really curious now. Is it the same one? Did they update it? So this is the one I got from James. I just got to look here now. Okay, this one's the LAZ that Torch sent me. This one's, yeah, it's the same one, looks like. Is that the same? Only it's the LAZ as opposed to the LAS. Let's see, D19. What is this one here? Property. So that one is. Yeah, that's the same scan. So how did it, they must have updated it then, I'm guessing. That's basically the same thing, only in LAS form, right? It was two separate scans. I had to. Oh, so you did have to combine them. So it was there. Okay, that may be what we missed out on there. Then Torch. So they had another scan in there. See, from what Torch and I were seeing, there wasn't another scan. That was completely not available, from what we could initially see. So that was just something that we missed out there. So that turn 3/4 side was a separate scan that you had to piece together. There's a whole process for that too. So like once you get two separate scans, I guess, to get the whole thing in here, it's basically the same process of what I've already shown here. You bring in both LASs or LAZs into the cloud compare, and all be listed in here, and then from there you'll be able to polysegment out all what you want between the two. I think you have to merge it too, do you not, James? I'm still a little bit rusty on that process, but I think you do have to, if you've got more than one scan to get what you need, you have to merge that first before you can polysegment. And I think there's a little bit of a process for that as well. I guess we were tired that night. It could be. I know that was tail end, I guess, of one of the streams. So when we were initially looking for it, it could necessarily. So you can control click the upper lift to highlight them both, and then click merge. Yeah. So if you've got, well, let's go through that process here then. So say these were two separate scans. Let's just for an example. So you can control click in the upper left to highlight. So that's over. Wait a minute, is that open here? No. What's this one? And again, it's a little bit rusty on it, so I'm still learning this again. Can do it with what you, right? That's what I was coming to. Where the checkboxes are. Yeah, so I got it all highlighted, right? So from here I can just right click this. Yes, no, and I can go here. Expand, collapse, delete. Okay, so there's no merge option there. So from this top one here, I guess where do we go from there? Control what click? Oh, just the windows. I don't know what you mean as far as just the windows. These boxes? Again, I'm rusty on this a little bit. I haven't had to do this in a while, so. What do you mean by the windows? Oh, control left click. Oh, I think I got you. So what you would have to do, I think I got you now. So what you'd have to do is left control, highlight all this so that they're all highlighted in the scene. That makes sense. And then do merge. So it's not a right click. What is it to merge? I guess that's the other step. So once you left control, and just like James says, first to select all these pieces like so. Then from here, how do we merge those? I guess that. Oh, not the header? Okay, so it's just these two pieces. I gotcha. So we just need this piece and that piece. So not the header. Oh, gotcha. I'm with you. So from here, to merge it, how do you merge the two then from there? We're getting a lesson here. James has done this enough or whatever to but how do we merge it, I guess, from that? Can we right click that? It doesn't seem to give us an option there. Nope. Seventh button top row. Oh, you had to look there. Okay, so 7 buttons. So go 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. So this one here. Yep, there it is. There's a merge multiple clouds. So there's an icon here, 7th button from the left. That's called merge multiple clouds. So once you got those selected, merge multiple clouds, and it's going to give you a little dialog. Do you want to generate a scalar field with original? Yes. So we just probably want to say yes, I would imagine. So there we go. So now it's just in one piece again. Now from here, it looks like what we can do is go back to down to here. We did that earlier. So right now it's in blue, green, red, yellow, all that good stuff. We can put it on. Oh wait, no, that's not the right one. Where's the one with intensity? This one here, I think. Yeah, there we go. So we can put it right back. So now it's just all in one piece here. So probably the key thing I guess to take from this is don't do anything with the header. That's kind of like what defines, I guess, what's underneath it. So if you delete this, delete the whole thing. But you want to manipulate the poly segmentation and all that stuff, you want to use these subtree. That's probably another fair mention. Merge multiple clouds where it says original index. Yeah, so I think I figured, yeah, got that figured out. So not really that difficult, I guess. It's a little bit to figure out, just to try to remember. So James is probably doing this as much as at the same time as we are. So it's like there's this merge. So if you have more than one piece in here, so since at this point we don't have any additional pieces in here to merge together, this is grayed out. So it doesn't let us do anything with it because it's already. So now if I was to do another poly segmentation, that would, you know, go through the check mark, go through that whole process there. It would create a new piece in our subtree, and if I want to put that back together as I just did, I can do that. So that's kind of somewhat of an undo. As far as like if you poly segmented, you want to redo it, just put it back together and start over. So that's probably another good way to go about it. Okay. Good deal. So yeah, I could definitely start that over again. So it puts it all back together again. All those poly segmentations. So again, what I'd want to do is, say for example, I want to do just a particular object. So on the area that has the big hoss, I'm just going to do a really loose poly segmentation here. Just pan this over so I can see it right here. Alright, let's pan this over. Let me get this as close to top down as I can. So maybe something like that. So what I would do is go to the scissors. Where does it go? Here's the scissors. And then I'm going to poly segment this out. So I'll stay on that side of those grandstands or whatever's there and just get this area. It doesn't matter if it's choppy, as long as I'm getting that area. So right click it. So that's the area I want to poly segment. It's a little bit chunky. That's okay though. So let's do. Oh shoot! And I forgot already. So we got to go like so. So that erases it. And so once we do the check mark, now it's poly segment out. It creates this here. Yep. So there we go. So now we've got that piece all by itself. Now, if I want to export just this piece, I would highlight just that. Oh, I did it the wrong way. So put it this one. This is what I want to export out. So from here, I can highlight this. I'm thinking how this works. I'm I'm going to try this out here. So if I wanted to export this out, there's a little bit of a process here, so I want to see if I can get this out of here. So I think you have to go to Edit Mesh, from what I can remember, and you would need to correct me if I'm wrong on this, James. I think I'm in the right area, correct? As far as prior to exporting it out, you have to do this. I'm going completely by memory. Let's see here. Plain, clear, color line. Top option. So it'd be the mesh and then this one here, right? I do remember that for some reason. So you have to go into this once you got your area that you want to segment, that you want to bring out. Do this, and then again, one of this dialog here, I wouldn't change it. Just leave that alone. We haven't found any reason, I guess, to have to change that value. Just do an OK. And what it's going to do is it's going to flatten the image down a little bit, so it's going to change the appearance to it a little, and that's fine. That's normal. Alright, so from here, we now have this poly segmented out. We got this subtree of it now. This is what we want to export out. Now from here, I'm a little bit fuzzy, I guess, as far as how we got to get that exported out. So I think, if I remember right, there is an export option here, I thought. Yeah, once you get it to this point, you should be able to export out. File save as long as the mesh was selected, it spits it out. Okay, so yeah, I knew that was a key part of it. So as long as that piece that you're wanting to save as and export out, make sure it's highlighted. So I think, yeah, we'll have to keep this header for that piece that we created here, so otherwise that goes away. So as long as these two are highlighted to include the header, we don't want this part, right? So we're going to keep that unchecked and then do a save as. Do we not have a save as? Okay, so it's going to give you the option to do it as an OBJ. That's what I wasn't 100% sure. So it doesn't give you a save as, but it does give you a save. So from here, it'll spit it out as an OBJ with what is just selected, right? So from here, you can name this however you want. I'll just leave it that name, but you can name it however you like as an OBJ. So we'll spit that out. So it's created that object, and now that should be on our desktop right here. So that's that segmented piece. Now from here, we can take that OBJ and bring it into Max. That format is 100% usable and generic for use in 3ds Max. So let's do import and go to our desktop where that OBJ resides, which is going to be yeah, should be this piece right there. Yep. So bring that in. It's going to highlight it here. It's 80,000 faces. That sounds about right. And import. Boom. Now it's not going to be to scale. Okay. So we're going to need to get the scale, but here's all the information for it though. That's 100% used. Now it's got a little bit of spiky bits on it. Hold on. Darn it. Turn around, you dumb thing. Come on. Uh-oh. I want it to spin, you dummy. Mouse is acting up here. Okay, I see how you is. So, but anyway, I don't know why it's being so wonky. What the heck? Alright, let's try it this way. Oh crap, don't poop out on me. Yeah, so it's a lot of data just in this little piece that I got here. This is a lot of point cloud data, even just for this. Here, let me put this in orthographic. That'll help our efforts here a little bit. And zoom in on that. There we go. It's a lot of data. The system is starting to chug this little piece of information. But what you can get from this, hopefully, what you can see from this, what I'm trying to demonstrate, that height data. So regarding, I guess, these higher pointy bits here, the majority of the height data for this is right here. You can totally use that information. and I probably would. I may need to go even so far as to chunk this down just a little bit more. The system is chugging really bad, just in this little bit of information, but you can definitely see all that point cloud data that's in this thing. All that whiteness that you see there as far as that whitewash, those are all individual polys. There's a ton of polys in there, and it was showing on there as just prior to me importing it in. There was 80,000 faces. It's freaking humongous just for that little bit of a polyseg. So in most cases, it would behoove you, I guess, to kind of chunk the different areas of the track down in such a fashion, so it makes it a little bit more usable. But from here, you would definitely have to scale it. So right now, as far as the orientation of this, let me go ahead and see if I can zero this out. Yeah, we definitely need to get this zeroed out to get it down to zero plane, and you're going to see just how big this thing is. Let's see here. It might even be too small. Let me see here. But it'll definitely be out of scale. Where the heck are you? Oh, there it is. Yep, see, now we got it to scale. So it's actually not too bad, actually. So now we got it zeroed out to where our actual original track build is here. It's a little bit out of orientation, but that's okay. To get it in the proper orientation, we can manipulate that right in our scene here. So we know it goes over here. Well, I'm going to get it initially just zeroed out here. So let's go to rotate. Right now it's at a -150, so let's zero that out. And see where we're at now. So we're kind of standing up on end here. But I'm going to do a couple of angle snaps here. I think that might help our effort here. So we're kind of standing up there. You can see that the one edge of the big hoss here, kind of buried into the center point of our entire track. So as far as it being zeroed out, pretty significant. Oh, it has lights on top, right? And that's why you're getting those spiky bits on top of it, right? It's a good idea to take note of the normal ground plate rotation. Most of the scan will require the same rotation, right? So if we, just like James is mentioning, probably, let me take a look at this here. Everything on this one here, is that what, if that's what you meant there, James, first, like it's all at 0. But the fact that we have this object here at 0, a lot of that is going to come from all those values that I was showing prior to export of it out of Cloud Compare. As far as all those values, as far as whether or not you change it or not, it would probably help in getting it properly orientated once you bring it into. So even as we found there, it seems to have put this actually into scale. I was thinking it was going to be overscaled. And I guess it would probably come down to whether or not the scan that you get is at the proper scale. Because there are some scans that you can, I've dealt with those with some of the other scans for track builds. They will be more than likely out of scale, and you will need to scale it up to, like, say, your ground plane. So it's very important to initially establish your ground plane at the proper measurement, the proper scale to begin with, before you do this process, because you want to get your models that you're bringing in for these different pieces properly scaled. Manually align it to the manually align it and then record your rotation. So make note of it and just use the same number each time you import a new part. Well, even as you know, I've shown here, so this is all at 0, right? All this is basically all still at 0, as well as everything else that's in this scene. Everything is already there. So it's the fact that once you zero it out, depending on the orientation of this thing, it's still going to be a matter of getting it in the proper orientation, I guess, for whatever it is you're bringing in. So what I'm going to do here initially, like I was saying, is just do an angle snap. And let's do a 90-degree rotation this way. Let's see where it lands us here. But I think what James is probably mentioning, as far as like anything that you bring in the same fashion, you want to use that same. Oh, don't crap out on me. I think my playlist ended too. Let me get that back going here real quick. There we go. Yeah, so I think what James is basically pertaining to is like anything that you do bring in, take note of what your rotations or whatever that you're setting it at. You want those all to be the same. So they're all a one-to-one representation of everything that you bring in from that polysegmentation of the LiDAR. Yeah, to just take note of whatever rotations that you're applying to these individual pieces is all. So whatever rotations that we do apply on this, we'll have to do it to everything else that we bring in. Okay, so this is I did a 90-degree slap on that one there. I think that should be pretty close there. Let's go here. Now, I have no idea, and we'll have to use that ground plane, I guess, to put it in the proper position. The rotation of this is, why is it wonky like that? It's pointed down. What's up with that? Here, let's do this. Let's see if we can do an effect pivot. We'll center to the object. And also, okay, this is wonky here. Let's do that. Yeah, so I wonder why this is upside down. That's interesting. That's interesting. I don't know why that's upside down on this axis here, even though that is zeroed out. Interesting. And again, it probably comes back down to what I was mentioning about the values that you see in Cloud Compare. After you polysegment out, and in the process of either getting it into Cloud Compare and so on, not messing with those values. You might be able to play around with a lot of those values, and a lot of these orientation, once you export it out, is going to fix that, and you won't have to deal with it. I haven't quite figured out, I guess, as far as what would need to be done in Cloud Compare itself. That still hasn't been figured out yet, but you can definitely see just by putting it at this orientation, it seems like it's already to scale, at least anyway. Let's turn it this way. Oh, take that back. I'm just doing 90-degree snap on that too. So let's go here, 90 degrees. See, it might not even be on 90 degrees. It actually says, so I got both the one axis there at 90 and this at 90, but I don't even think that's going to be correct. No, based on the orientation that we have here, could definitely see that's on a whack there. So let's move this over this way. Yeah, we're way up in here. Okay. Yeah, so you can go like this. It definitely does still come into play, I guess, as far as, like I said, you want to have your ground plane for the satellite image, and regardless of how high def it is or what have you definitely want to have that, so already done. Okay, so let's see if we can turn off some stuff here. So let's do hide. I'm not deleting these, I'm just hiding it, so we can see based on our sat image, and again, this isn't very high def as far as this image, but let me zoom in on this. We're going to get this piece into, so we can see where the big hoss is laid out here, right? So we're going to line this up. I need to get this highlighted. There we go. Turn it this way. So it's not going to be quite 90 degrees. It's going to be a little bit off from that. But the big hoss, you can see it right here. So if we line up this model, and again, it already seems it's to scale, so we're already good at that way. So it's just a matter of getting this lined up to our SAT image. Now again, if you have a pretty high def SAT image, that's even better, because then you'll be able to get pretty precise. And this is not a bad image. What do you mean nope? What are you talking about nope? What are you noping me? Is this not correct? See, we can see all these individual billboards and stuff as far as where the shadows are. You can definitely line that all up. 100%. And so this is just the ground that's around it. We can like clip that into our ground plane and get that lined up like so. So you can see where the shadow is for the big hoss. Getting there. So yeah, it doesn't look like. So if you bring in the model in here and you can see it's way oversized, you would need to scale that based on your ground plane image to get that to scale. Oh my, it's saving. Okay, a lot of information in this little piece of information here, that's for sure. Yeah, but as far as the orientation of this, I'm not sure why that's upside down. So let me pull this down just a little bit. Yeah, so these would be light poles. They're either flag poles or light poles that are on top of that thing. There's a little AC looking box at the base, and that needs to be at the turn 3 end. Oh, so you're saying it needs to go 180 that way. I gotcha. So this AC thing right here, that's probably what you meant. I think I see what you mean. Yeah, so this thing probably needs to be in the front, is what you're saying. So the whole thing needs to be 180. How the heck can you tell that? Is that by looking at a different picture reference? Because I can definitely not tell in this set image, that's for darn sure. So yeah, what James is mentioning as far as this little AC looking unit, that needs to be towards the front. It's facing the turn 3 side. Now, keeping our orientations about us here, this is turn 3, right? So as far as this little box here that's in the LiDAR information would have to be facing the track and towards the turn 3 side. But what I was going to do here initially, let's spin this. Let's do a 180 degree, and I'm going to do an angle snap. Get this turned around. And it probably won't be 100. Yeah, I guess it is. Cool. That's a 180 right there from what we had. Cubanes. Alright. Now we'll go this way. I'm trying to figure out why this is upside down. As far as the Z. Usually the Z axis is usually pointing up. Not 100%. I mean, it's still, you can still manipulate it, but as far as to get that, it's kind of throwing me off a little bit. So yeah, now we got this box here in the front. Okay. Now, I'm going to pull this under a little bit and see if we can't line this up now. Now, and what we're lining it up to is not the shadow, but we can see the actual big hoss right there. You can see the outline of it right there. So we just need to line up this piece of LiDAR to that. Oh my god. I moved the ground plane. So with that little bit of information poking through, like so, we can get that lined up like that. Might have to play around with it a little bit, but it's already to scale, so it's kind of nice. So we can kind of just poke this around here to see where we're at, so we can see the shadows for these billboards that are right there. That's useful information. I think we're pretty darn close right there. I mean, a little bit more tweaking, I think we'll have it. Get that ground plane down there. Looking at the full scan again. Gotcha. Let's see, hierarchy tab. Where you affect the pivot. Oh, pivot to world. Really? Okay, let me try that. So we want to change this pivot to the world. So go back to the hierarchy. We'll affect pivot and align to world. Boom. That's still upside down though, it looks like. Yeah, it's still upside down. Interesting. Anyway, let's go to rotate. Let's try that. Affect pivot. And let's try the rotation this way to align to world. Did that change it? It did not. It's still pointed down. I don't know what's up with that. Now, keeping in mind, we're not going to use this at all for a model, right? We're only using it as a guide to be able to create a model based on this information. So even if you do have this out of whack, it's not going to matter too much as far as the pivot. Just as long as you get this in the proper position so that when you create your model based on this information, that's really what you need. Right. And, you know, and it's not, and just like I pointed out there, I don't think it's really critical to get the orientation of the transform here the way it needs to be. It's already to scale. As long as you get it into position, you can build your model based on this information once you get it into position, which I think we're pretty close. Just trying to pick out a... It's usually better to pick out a particular spot. Alright, so from this ground plane image that we have here, we can still see the edge of the big hosser, so we might have to move this. Oh, save it again. Maybe a little bit back this way. I can't see this here because it's in the shadow, so that's a little unfortunate here, but I can still see the edge of the big hoss on the ground plane. So it's kind of right there. Now there might be some skewing in the actual image that you have for your sat image. That's completely okay. Looks like we might have to split the difference on this a little bit. Oh. Grab the proper axis there. There we go. Yeah, so that's really all it comes down to, is just lining up pieces like that. Bring it to scale as it needs to, if it's needed. And you can definitely use, from what we got in this image here, you can use the shadows as a guide. So you can definitely tell that the sun is probably, as we know, Texas, it sets over in this direction. You can see all the shadows there, so you can line that up. That's definitely a good reference, a point of reference for that. Yeah, so I will 100% be using this information, I guess, as far as to save it in the scene, to be able to use that and compare that to the model. In fact, I can probably do that even as we speak. I've already got it in here, so I can bring in the model for the big hoss that we previously made for the 2015-17 build and see how close we are. And if it needs any adjustments, we can do that. I'm going to close this cloud compare though, actually. I think we're pretty good on that for now. Let's go ahead and quit and do okay. Alright, it's as simple as that. So we got, we can always open that LAS file at any point there and, you know, segment out, polysegment out, I guess, what we need, and go from there. But yeah, what I'll do from here is based on the information that I have for the previous big hoss build. We're going to assume and say this is in the proper position, for example, which I think is pretty close, to be honest. I think we're pretty good. Now, let's go ahead and import. I'm going to go to my mesh builds for Texas here. Let's see what we got. So Texas, we'll go to 15 and get video screen, 3ds, and I think it's going to be this one here. So that's a smaller jumbo screens there. I think it's this one right here. And we're going to merge that into this scene. Boom. Okay, let's see what we got here. Why is the orientations here all whacked out of shape here? I don't understand that. That must be something going on, I guess, with the scene. As far is everything else upside down? It is. Why the hell is that? That's interesting. I'll have to admit. So everything in here, as far as even this ground plane, is upside down. So I'm thinking, because this is upside down, let me see if I can fix some of these, and maybe that's why it's importing all this stuff with the Z on that. That's just weird. Now, it could be, is it that possible that we got this flipped? I wonder if that's the case. I wonder if the whole scene is flipped upside down. It probably needs to go this way. That's what I'm wondering. I think this is the way it's supposed to be. That's what I'm wondering. That's easy to do sometimes as you're making ground planes. You can easily flip that and not even realize it. I think that might be what's going on with this one here. Yeah, because this 3DS that I've got here, that should be in the proper orientation like that. So I'm thinking this entire thing here is flipped. So we've been building it this way, but it actually should be this way. Okay, let's see here. So if we go into our ground plane here, let's render this really quick. I'll see something here. Yeah, we don't have the, that's fine. Okay. Let's change the, let's go to my render setup here. I should have rendered, but Scanline. Yeah. There we go. So yeah, it does have the image there. Interesting. So I think that's what we got to do here. I'll be honest. I think what needs to happen, we need to flip all this stuff. this is the way it should be right here. So we'll have to zero this out. Let's do that. Let's do 0, X, and that. Okay, get that zeroed out. Let's see here. Oh, saving again. Dang it. I got it on an automatic save every 5 minutes, so. Okay, so now we're all zeroed out there. Let me try something else here. So if I do effect pivot, I'm thinking the plane is not where it needs to be. So I'm going to do line to world. Yep, we're still zeroed out, so that's good. So that's all 0. I might have to turn the grid off. Let's try that. Let's do that. We don't need the grid. The grid's kind of skewing us out there, so just push the G key. So this should be the orientation that we need to have everything. So we're going to probably have to bring everything else to that same orientation. Let's bring our temp. Let's see, temp. This is probably going to be flip. No, actually that's pretty good. Let's make sure that's zeroed out. Okay. Interesting. Alright, let me get this. Yeah, I think this is still... I might have to re-import this. I'm going to try that just to see what that'll do. Because I think by having it in this orientation, I think we should be fine. It shouldn't flip this. That's my guess. Yeah, let me try that real quick. So I'm going to do ahead and import. I'm just kind of curious. So let's go to desktop. And we still got that piece out here that we segmented out. Import. Yes, please. Okay, so that's this piece. Let's zoom in on that. Dash UB. Now, what we want to do is... Nope, it's still... I don't know why this is being so wonky like that. It must be because that I should be able to spin this a lot more easier than it's doing. Okay. Oh, for crying out loud, come on. Spin. Alright. I gotta get this axis. That's bugging the hell out of me. Okay, so do effect pivot. Let's center. Okay, that's the rotate. Let's do this. Wow, that did not do what I thought it was going to do. Okay, so let's do that. Let's go here, effect pivot. Zero this all out. Okay. Then if we go... Nope, that didn't... Crap, I didn't do it. Son of a gun anyway, so let's take that off. Zero this out without it being on that. There we go. Alright, so zoom in on that. Hello? Zoom. There we go. Alright, so let's see how we did there. Did that correct our issue? Okay, so let's do this. Alright, so we're basically starting back from square one as far as bringing this in here. So I do believe the entire plane and everything else that we had in that scene was all flipped the wrong way. So we were dealing with it this way, and I think it was supposed to be this way. So now that we're back in that proper orientation, that's yeah, the scene was upside down. I was like, yeah, that's what I came to that determination pretty quickly, as far as just trying to understand why everything was coming in upside down. And it's easy to do that too when you're laying down ground planes. I've done this plenty of times myself. It's always a good idea to keep an eye on the orientation of your gizmo, right? So as you're bringing other things in there, so you were definitely working from this way, which was upside down, right? So it just got flipped is all. We just had to bring it back, flip the proper way. And definitely I can tell from when I brought my model in here, which is from the 2015 build, the fact that it's this way, that tells me this is the proper way we want our plane, as far as our ground plane. So getting in that in the proper orientation, that's definitely key. Alright, so now that we're there, I'm going to do a 90-degree snap on this piece of LiDAR that we got. Don't do that. Okay, 90-degree snap there. Now, that's pointed up in the right direction. That's what we wanted. Okay, now we can get this back into position. And from here, let's move this over. Now, if we wanted to even further, we could definitely change the orientation of this pivot to line up with like a particular vertice of that. So all I've done here so far is just done effect center, like so. And that's its best representation to center that, but also do that on the rotation. Effect pivot and center that. That's its best orientation of that in there. So if we wanted to straighten that out a little bit better, as far as just to manually move that, for example, we could do that. But again, keeping in mind, we're only using this as a guide to create our new model based on this information. We're not using this as a model at all. We're just using the information in this piece here to create the model for. Alright? Don't want to lose sight of that. There's no way you're going to be able to use this as a, to create the model by itself, as far as just as it is here. There's no way. Not a good idea. And it doesn't matter what type of simulation or game you're creating it for. It's just not going to work. Okay. Let's see if we can focus. There we go. Okay, so let's get this back rotated. Show. Alright, so we'll get this lined up. So it's not necessarily 90 degrees as far as like that. It's got a little bit of a different angle off of 90 degrees. It's still the same as when we brought the model in initially. So that's really no consequence there. Okay, whoops. Tilt that. You broke it? No, you were just flipped upside down. You were just flipped upside down on the plane. So the model that I had for the 3D disc that you sent me, it was upside down. That was all. And I could have done it myself too. It may not have been you. It was upside down. It's just a matter of flipping it right side up. That's all it came down to. Okay. So did we? Yeah, so we're 90 degrees on this axis, but it almost looks like it's kind of tilted. I don't know if that's... I didn't notice that before. It's kind of tilted. I don't know if that's supposed to be straight up and down. And that's on this x-axis for the rotation. It may have been that way, I just didn't notice that when we initially brought it in, I guess. Let me see here. I almost feel this needs to be standing more straight up and down. Like so. I could be wrong. But it seems like it needs to be more like that. Yeah. So let's see if we can get it lined up here. So as far as the scale of it, we don't need to mess with that. Still. Okay, let's bring this down like so. Let's get those very peaks kind of sticking out there. Like that. And basically all I'm doing is using the outline that we see in the SAT image, and you can see just how well this LiDAR information actually lines up with that. Just having it poke through just a little bit, we can see that outline of that LiDAR lining right up to her. So that definitely tells me that the scaling of the ground image is correct. Now, if we saw any major discrepancies, I guess, in that, we would definitely need to make adjustments. Because this is real-world information, right? And by real-world information, the dimensions of this is accurate. So, like, if our image was off, we'd definitely be able to see that based on that. So we'd have to make appropriate adjustments to the ground image, I guess, to accommodate But yeah, this is turning out, it's lining up pretty good. So again, we can see where these billboards are poking through there. I still feel kind of might be a little bit skewed, like this way. It's gonna make some manual adjustments to the rotation. May have to go a little bit more. Now I don't know for sure. It would probably make more sense if we had more of the height data for the track. I don't know if it has, like, if it's up on a hill, for example. Maybe it just even slightly. It may not be completely flat up here. That I don't know. I'm just doing some manual adjustments for now. So this here, I'll kind of teeter this out. You know, so I can either do it the way I was doing it there, or just go down here and adjust that rotation via this way. In a lot of cases, it'll probably turn out better to do it this way than it would be by the gizmo. But see here, I'm just trying to get it leveled out here as far as where these are poking out here. You can see the shadows for all that, as far as the outline of these billboards next to the big hoss. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's put that back. Oh crap, I thought I was on rotate, my bad. Wanted to get on the rotate, there we go. So bring that back up. There we go. So I want to rotate that just a little bit more here. I was just in the wrong one is all. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. Okay, let's bring it back up. It might take you a little bit, I guess, at times, but going to the rotate. I thought it was the middle one, I guess not. There we go, that's the one I wanted right there. So I'm just trying to level that out there. And again, I don't know 100% if that's the way it needs to be, but I'm just trying to get it equaled out so that it's kind of level. So now we can get that coming up equally and evenly. That seems to be in the right spot. Pretty darn close. Now I wish I could see this here, but the fact that we got the shadow here, it's kind of hard to see in our ground image. But I could definitely probably use that. But there's plenty enough information that I've got here as far as the billboards next to the big hoss, as well as the big hoss itself, getting that lined up. Still plenty of information, I guess, to be able to go by. Alright, so we'll just keep that ground plane down just a little bit like that. Now, what I want to do, I brought in my model from the 15 build, and I want to bring that over to it. This is all just, oh, it's not even zeroed out. It's interesting. No problem. Doesn't matter. I just want to see how accurate, size-wise, we are to this thing. This is going all the way back to the 2015 build, so just keep that in mind. And I think we're pretty gosh darn close. Might be a little tad bit tall. Maybe not too far off, though. But from here, we could definitely, we can definitely make the appropriate adjustments to that original model and adjust it to scale based on this real world information. But I don't think we're too far off, actually. That is pretty gosh darn close, if you ask me. Might be a tad bit tall, maybe. And this is just the structure that holds the screen. Just for reference there, that's just the structure that. Now there's a texture that goes on here, has TI on it, I believe. Can't 100% remember. But I think in the original build, they had a lot of these supports were actually up in air. So these supports were, so in actuality, I think the orientation that I had this at was actually up like so. So we're definitely too big from that respect. So it definitely have to get scaled down. But as far as the width of it, pretty accurate. So the overall height of this, I don't know. That it could even be the case too, where if this entire thing here includes those supports, I would have to assume that's probably the case. Yeah, I think that's probably the case. So this, all this information that we see in the LiDAR information includes those supports. So again, if I put this like so, we're definitely too tall on this original model. So we would have to scale this down And I could probably do a pretty simple scale like this. That would not be too hard to do. Whoops, wrong way. Wrong axis. We want to squat this down, and we can use that height data. Now, again, probably the yeah, there's some flagpoles, I believe that's up on here, so we have to go like this, and we'll probably have to really, there's no way to determine this LiDAR as far as where the bottom of the screen is, for example. So that's something else we would have to look at, probably picture reference, to get the height of the actual supports to the bottom of the screen. But as far as the height of it, that would be basically where that would have to go. And call it Little Hoss. There we go. But yeah, so I think so they might actually have, you know, looking at some picture references to this, I think it has so the way these supports are for that, I think they're more on an angle on the back. So being able to look at actual picture references of the back side of the big Hoss, that would kind of make that determination for that. But I'm seeing a lot of angularity as far as on the back side of this here. So I'm thinking the supports on the back, this might be angular. They're not like 100% straight. But for the most part, just having to scale that down just like that, that's probably more accurate just like this. And again, without knowing, I guess, as far as where the actual bottom of the screen is, we'd have to make like a educated guess as far as like based on the base of where the stilts are, and use something to determine where that's at. I would have to think, if I had to guess, we already know this is correct as far as like where the top of it is. That's undeniable. Let's get this more to the ground plane here. And I can change this pivot too, now that I think of it. Let's do that actually. Let's do that. So we're going to put this pivot right at, say, this vertex here. So we can set that to 0. So then we can set this this model that we're trying to adjust here more appropriately. So let's do this. Let's go. Okay, so let's go Effect Pivot. And we're going to go to Vertex Snap. So I want my Vertex Snap applied. And I'm going to move this pivot. Ah, son of a gun. Oh, I didn't put the Effect Pivot on. Gosh darn it. That's a key point. So once you've got that, the angle snap on, you want to do Effect Pivot only. Grab the pivot and actually snap it to that vert. So now it's snapped to that vert. Turn that off. Turn the snaps off. Now I can zero this out comfortably, and now that's set to the 0 plane of the ground plane. Okay, so now I know that's made it up to the ground plane at 0. So now from here I can make the appropriate adjustments to the model to accommodate, I guess, the height of this when using this LiDAR information. So I got it set to a 5-minute save period on there, so I can imagine these auto saves are just jahongus. And just with this little bit of LiDAR information. So I'll probably be purging those out there at some point, that's for sure. Okay. Alright, so getting back to, now that we got this all zeroed out, what I'd want to do from here, for example, is in this model. And I haven't converted this over to an editable poly, and you could probably do that. I don't see any reason to have to do any Boolean cutting or anything to it. That's probably about the only reason why I haven't done that. We pretty much got the guts of all this pretty much well defined, so I haven't found any reason to have to do that. So we got kind of like a honeycomb effect, I guess, on the back of this thing here. I don't even know if that's 100% accurate. I kind of went by the fact that it has like scaffolds as far as to create this structure back when I did it in 15, so we're talking next to 5 years ago. So kind of a primitive method there, but I was going by what I did know, I guess, as far as to create this. And it, obviously from what I've shown so far, it wasn't too far off. So not to toot my own horn, but so to keep some of this information, they're all like equally spaced here. I'm going to try to here very loosely grab all these vertexes that are in this level by just a simple drag select. And I can probably hide this, let's do that. I'm going to hide this information now that we've got that. Not deleting it, just hiding it. Now that we got the height at least there, I just want to bring the bottom edge of this thing down some. Yeah, because I almost feel the screen needs to be a little bit bigger than the actual stills. And I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong. But I just kind of feel that's where it needs to be. The 2015 track in general is pretty damn close. Yeah, well, and just like I've shown with some of the objects that are done, yeah, they definitely are. Now, I will be 100% honest as far as when I did the big hoss there. The only thing that I entirely went on was just the flat top-down representation of the track, just with the like what you got in the ground image, and just built that up. And I totally guessed on the information as far as like how tall it was. Now, from what you could see from how much I had to bring it down, based on the, now we have the LiDAR information, you can see that how much that was off. And I don't even know what that would have equated to, but it was probably a good 5 foot or so as far as the height of it, as far as how much I brought it down anyway. But again, just based on the information that I knew then, it makes sense. Now, as far as the width of it, that was almost spot on, because I went by the top-down image, you know, the SAT image, just similar to what you got here, to get that size. So the thickness of it as well as the width, I was correct. It just wasn't the height information. I didn't 100% know. Now that we have that information, we can definitely adjust the model to accommodate that height information. That's the main takeaway from this. All right, so again, going back into this, I'm gonna just highlight all these bottom vertexes here of this model. So some of it looks like I missed. I want to make sure I get all of these here. And I'm doing just a simple drag select on this model, like so. Now that I took the LiDAR out of there, it's a little bit easier to see that I've got those all selected. Big Hoss lives again, right? Now, what's even better is the fact that all the mapping to this model is still going to be here. So if there's any adjustments to that, as far as like just the scaling of the image that shows up on the screen, once I get that adjusted, that's probably the only thing more we have to do. And that's just as simple as applying a new UVW unwrap to just reset that, I guess, to the new size. Very, very minimal work, I guess, to be able to get that done. So as far as having all the original files for, let's go back to this. So we got all the scripting for the original video screen right here, all the 3ds files. So once we save this as a new 3ds, once we get this size properly, we still got this script. Just to kind of go into this a little bit, we can still use this. We can spit out a new pass file, use all these original frames for those textures for that, and spit out a new video screen LG is what I called it there, which is video screen large. So I had a small, as far as the smaller ones that are in the infield, and then obviously the big Hoss, which is the LG for large, short for large. So I kind of generalized, I guess, the name of it instead of just calling it big Hoss, like some other builds that I've seen. I don't like to generalize, you know, to make objects specific. So like if you did want to apply it to another track, like say for example Charlotte, which is another Speedway motor Speedway NSMI track, as far as like that's another track of theirs. That's probably what they did. Once they applied the big Hoss to Texas, they probably take that same concept and put it at Charlotte. So being able to use this generalized name of a video screen, you can then cookie cutter that, I guess, into other track builds. You know, and size it, scale it, whatever you need to do, I guess, as far as it, but you'll have all that generalization for it. So by calling this object here in Texas Big Hoss, it kind of makes it really specific, I guess, to that track. So it kind of, in my opinion, removes that option to be able to put it to another track. So that's why I tend to generalize the names of objects anyway. Instead of, even though as we know it, it's called Big Hoss, they don't really have a name for the screen at Charlotte. So by generalizing that, it's, you know, it keeps it just more general that way. And that's just kind of my own personal take creating objects like that. So anyway, we got all these vertices selected, and now all I want to do is just move this down, like so, all evenly. And again, in my opinion, you know, this is just clearly my only opinion. I think the screen needs to be just a little bit more elongated, I guess, that way, since we did bring the height down. So just to kind of balance out, as far as what we brought it down from, this, in my opinion, it would seem to. But now, without knowing that information as far as how high the bottom of the screen actually is from the ground, we would need to know that in order to get this properly. Now, if we wanted to go so far as to space out all these individual struts here, you know, for the scaffolding more equally, we could still do that too. But I think we're well in a way. So I have the let me check this out here. This should not include, all this is here is just this structure, right? It does not include the screen. I believe is actually separate. I'm gonna go back on my notes here just to see, but I am pretty sure I did the screen separate. So this is that. I think 3. I'm just going back on my notes. So yeah, I think this screen is separate. So this structure is its own piece. So it has the screens are actually separate. Now, if I go back to the script here, for example, we can see that the video itself, as far as the actual animated frames, are on this pass, and then the static structure, and it could be vice versa. This could be the static object here, and then this is the screens, and that here's all the frames that are defined for that object based on that jumbo screen. So it's 2 pieces. And then down here, and this is kind of a little bit of a summary, a little bit of a quick refresher. You combine these down here, I guess, to make the blank screen. As far as these containers that you create, so you got your blank screen and your full screen. Okay, so you got these combined down here, and that's just for the animated frames, mind you, and that's why it's in a separate piece. And then further down, let me see how I did this. I gotta just kind of remember how I did this. So it should have, okay, I see what I did. So what I did here is blank screen is both in testing and in qualifying and all this stuff combined. It shows the entire structure as far as both. I think that's what I did, if I'm reading that right. And I can always go back in that 2015 build and I can kind of show how that's put together, just to show those individual pieces. But yeah, I did definitely make 2 separate pieces as far as for the animated frames, and then the structures separate, just by looking at how I've got this design anyway. But yeah, we can look at that that original model into the 2015 build just to see. Call it big girl, maybe. Yeah. So to further adjust this a little bit more, even further. Now I'm probably gonna have to bring in that separate piece for the jumbo screen to size it up to our new screen size, or structure anyway. So in fact, with that being said, I'll go ahead and do that now. Let's do import. I'll have to navigate to that location. Let's go here. Mesh items. Go to Texas. Do the 15 and go to the video screen, 3ds, and I'll have to bring in this jumbo screen. And I want to merge that. Boom. So there's the screen. Now I'll have to size that up to what we resized this model to. That's going to still be the original size. I noticed this pivot is not set. You know, this is going back 5 years ago. So you have to excuse the ignorance, I guess, that I had as far as what I know now as opposed to what I knew then. Much different. So the fact I don't have this pivot more centered, I guess, to this object here. Yeah. I mean, it worked, I guess, back then. So you can see how much I scaled that now, as far as how I squatted that down. Yeah. So let's see what I got this one set to. I'm going to actually set the pivot. So I got that If you remember on the structure, I set the pivot down here. I'm going to set the pivot on this screen right to this corner. I'll be better be able to manipulate it that way. Okay, so let's go effect pivot, vert snap. Gosh darn it, effect pivot. Thank you. Vert snap, and then we're going to snap that right to that corner. Oh, it's that same one again. I'm skipping over that. That's way too long. I need to take that out of the playlist, to be honest. I feel like it just like goes on and on and it's just like I feel like I'm screaming over top of that thing. It's just my own little personal pet peeve. It's nothing. Alright. So back to resizing this. So now that we've... Oh crap. Let's get on our snaps there. I want to do that. Why are you on that? Oh. Are you kidding me? I moved the... Oh, for Christ's sake. I was on the ground plane when I did that. My bad. Alright. I had the ground plane selected there when I did that. Yep, sure did. Alright, so let's do this. Effect pivot. I'm going to recenter this. Put that back in the center. What's this? Yeah, so we're back in the center for the ground plane. Cool. I moved the wrong pivot. So I was on the wrong object. No problem though. Crisis averted. So let's go back into this one here. We'll go effect pivot. I see what I did. I went in the hierarchy and didn't select it. I was just trying to remember why the heck am I not? I could have swore I selected it. Alright. So anyway, we got Vertex Snap. Snap it to that corner on this screen piece. Cool. And then now, what I can do is on the Y, I can be able to zero this out. No, that's not what I want to do. Alright, so what do I have this set at? I can copy this Y, for example, so I can get that corner lined up with this corner of the structure. That's basically what I'm trying to, because I got that corner. Again, just to reiterate, I got that corner set right here. I can probably put it on this outside corner if I wanted to. That'd probably make it more accurate. Alright, let's go back to that screen piece. Alright. Let's see here. I'm getting ahead of myself and I hate doing that. So let's go Y. Need to copy this value and go to that screen piece, which is this plane. Alright, and then paste that to this Y. Y is Y. Alright, so now we're in the general vicinity there. Let's go back to here. Let's get the X. Copy the X to that. Yeah, I think that's probably what it's going to basically come to, is to get the vertex or the pivot on this structure on the outside corner of this leg. That's basically the same orientation of the corner of the screen. So I'll probably have to do that. So let's do paste. Because right now it's going to line it up with what I copied there. It's going to line it up to this vertex here on the structure, which is where I don't want it. Alright, so let's move the pivot. Oh, it's saving. Okay. Let's move the pivot on this. Go effect pivot. Go back to vert snap. And we're going to put our pivot on our structure over on this vertex. There we go. So we'll get this corner of the screen lined up with that. And once we copy that data, I guess, for the coordinates there. Okay, so with that X, we'll copy this X on the structure, and then go into the screen, which is this plane, and paste like so. Alrighty. So now we got that corner lined up on the X that way. Let's get the Y. That should have been already set there. Let's go back into the structure, get the Y, copy that, go back into our screen, which is this plane, and paste that Y. Boom. Alright, so now that corner should be lined up. Now it's just the Z we got to deal with. Okay, so we'll go into our structure. Now we don't want the bottom edge of the screen to be down here, where we got the pivot on the structure. We want it to be at this corner on the structure, right? So what we want to do is affect the pivot again. I got a lot of gaps in this thing I'm noticing here too. I might have to clean up a lot of that stuff. Got some cleanup on the model to do. This was before I knew anything about vert snaps and all that good stuff. So again, going back 5 years. 5 years later. So there's probably some cleanup I'll have to do on the design and the overall, yeah, integrity of the structure. Clean up on aisle 4, maybe. Yeah, but you can see some of the gaps that exist in here. Yeah, so this is tripped out. Yeah, look at all these. Holy crap, that looks like doo-doo. That looks so much like doo-doo. Now, I think this one here, if I remember right, and again, there's a static image that's on the screen that's not animated, right? Which is that one I showed previously. So just to kind of go back here really quick. This static screen, that is this one right here. No, not that one. It's going to be this one. This is what shows on the screen when it's not in race mode. So like during practice qual and all that stuff, it's going to show this image. So basically the other screen that shows the animated frames is going to go over top of this structure, which is this piece right here that I'm trying to line up with it, get rescaled to it. So even with that, you can see how much of a gap that I have in here where it's not. And I think I might have done that just to remove any clipping. That was in an effort to remove any clipping to the other part of the structure so that it didn't look like it clipped in that static image. That could be, as far as what I did there, to try to eliminate any possible clipping into it. Yeah, so even on this end here, you can see it's kind of lifted a little bit here. Yeah, but we can definitely make some adjustments to it, I believe, without too much of a problem. Yeah, so I got it lifted here so that you can see the structure here, you know, as far as the supports for it, and then this screen is lifted up just a tad from that so that it doesn't clip into it as far as that static image that's applied to that. Okay. I don't even know, do I have a scene for this? Let me look here. I don't think I ever did make a scene for any of this. This is the night version as far as all the screens for the night version. Nope, I never did make a scene of that, so oh well, not a big deal. It's all good. I don't even know. I'm just refreshing my memory as I go along with this here. I think in the okay, so maybe I didn't put that. This is the static image in there, so it just shows it blank as far as the structure. So before the animated frame show during the race session, as far as the actual race, it's just this color. I think what I did was I initially had this, that's why it's a separate image. As far as this temp jumbo screen, I could probably apply that to that area, so that's what shows on the static screen as far as with no animated frames. I could definitely apply that to this if I wanted to. So that's further adjustment that can be made to the model, I guess, anyway. Do I have a... Yep, I got a layered template for that too. Let's open that up here really quick. Let's see what we got here. So there's a layered template for it. So this will have just the background. There's the screen. I could adjust that if I wanted to. Screen in the back of the screen. Yep. So we can make some adjustments to that if we need to. Let's close that for now. Don't need that for now. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. We got to adjust our model first before we even get to that point. Okay. But yeah, with that mapping, like I was saying earlier too, I would still be able to apply that image to it. And in fact, we can do that even as we speak. Let's go into our material editor. Let's do that really quick as we're making these adjustments here. That was the... I can't remember what I used that for. So let's go standard on this. Yeah, let's go standard. Okay, then we go into the diffuse, bitmap. And we want to go to the directory where I got that texture. So track edit. Mesh items, Texas. 15. Video screen, 3DS. And we want to go to yeah, so probably what I do want to do, this is probably a good point here too, and I've made this a point too. If you do have alpha applied to your object, you want to load in your TGA with the alpha channel if you want to be able to apply that. So that's what I'm going to need to do, because I do have alpha channel in this as far as the magenta. Right, so what I need to do is open up this TGA that has the alpha channel into it, and I should have this option here. If I don't have this, then there's not going to be any alpha applied to the model. So that's important. If you have an alpha channel in your model, as far as the texture is concerned, you need to have that alpha channel in the texture and have this option here. If you don't get this option, there's not going to be any transparency or alpha channel in your model. It's just going to show it as black or just a neutral color. So I've shown that plenty of times. That's just a little bit of a summary, at least anyway. So from what this having in here, I'm on the structure. I got the structure selected. I'm going to go ahead and apply it. All that mapping is still there. So you can see all the transparency, anything that's magenta, that's going to be all transparent. And again, I'll go into the actual 2015 Texas build just to kind of give more clarity, I guess, as far as all that. But that gives you an idea. All that mapping is still there, even with all that resizing. That's still all present there. So that's the blank screen that shows up as far as when you're in practice, qualify, all that good stuff, until you get the race. Then this screen populates and animates and shows the animated frames. That's the way that this object is scripted. So there's a little bit of clipping there. Well, we still got to get this screen lined up here, but at least we have a little bit more clarity in the model to say, you know, where we need to line this screen up, for example. Alright, so now getting back to what we were doing, we're going to move this pivot up to this corner of the structure so that we can get our animated frames screen and whatsoever lined up. So let's go effect pivot, go to our vert snaps, and we're going to snap it to that vert. Okay. Now we can adjust the Z on this. We don't need to move that and keep it there. Now we can take the Z from this, from where we've moved this at, copy that value, and just apply it to this. Now it'll put the corner of the screen right there, and then we'll know where to adjust the top of our screen to our new structured model here. And so paste that to the screen, or we just pasted the Z like so. So now it moves that corner to that part of there. So now we know that's level, at least there. So now we know how much to adjust, and we can get that information from where we need to put the Z on these verts right from the structure. So let's go into here, go into this, go to vertex. So we want to get the vertex. Any one of these we can really use. Any one of these vertexes here. We'll just grab this one here and grab the Z, copy that, and I'm going to do this one at a time. I can necessarily in the screen I can get both of these, but just to kind of show how much we're adjusting that. Okay, so I'm just going to select this one. I can select both of them and just do them at the same time. I'm just going to do them one at a time. So I copied that Z from the structure, paste that into here, and that's going to put that down. So I must have a backside onto this too, I think. Must be more than one vertex there, I'm guessing. Why did that not move that down? That's interesting. What the? Alright, let's put that back here for a second. What the? Hold on. Alright, let's put that back. I'm going to convert this to an editable poly, just out of curiosity. I'm not sure why it did that, to be honest. Convert to editable poly. On that screen. Vertex. Should only be... yeah, the one vertex there. Not sure why I wasn't moving that down, though. That's interesting. Again, so we still got that copy to that value for the structure. So we're going to paste that in here. There we go. So just by editing, moving over to an editable, sometimes that is what I've been mentioning before. If you're noticing things like that happen, and that's why I only selected that one vert, just to kind of see, that, kind of show how much we're adjusting that, for example, right? If I would have done it at the same time, you would probably have been able to see as much of that, integrity of it. So now from here, we can do the same thing. Still copy that in there, just paste that value into this one. But yeah, all it did require is as far as me to convert it to an editable poly, and then allow me to move that vert properly, because it should only be the one side on this. We only got the one side on here as far as the animated frames. We don't have anything on the back side, so there's no back facing into it. And just to confirm that, you can see how much brighter it is on this side. So this is the only poly that showed there's no back poly. Okay, that's just to further confirm anyway. Alright, so let's go back into Vertex, paste that value to that vert. Still got it pasted from the structure. We haven't changed it yet. And boom. So now we got that lined up to our new structure as far as our frame. We're set to that corner, and now we just set the top. Now from here, probably what we want to do, let's get out of this. Let's go back to this level. We'll probably have to adjust it like so, as far as so it doesn't clip. Just to kind of give it a little bit of clearance, I guess, between that. So now the animated frames will be, again, just semi-lifted on it. Now I probably don't need to do that with the static structure. I had that little bit of lift onto it. I probably don't need to do that. One way, I'm going to go ahead and hide this here for a moment. We're going to make some adjustments to this. Okay, so what I can do here, I'm going to convert this to an editable poly now. Still on an editable mesh. Again, you get a little bit more options with being able to put it into an editable poly as opposed to an editable mesh, as I just demonstrated there previously with trying to adjust the screen. So, so do editable poly on this structure. Okay. Now what I want to do is select this poly right here and detach it as an object. Cool. And then what I want to do is set the pivot on this to center. I can keep it there necessarily, but I'm going to go ahead and center it. Let's do fact pivot and center to this. There we go. Now from here we can adjust this independently. Whoops, that's the screen, my bad. Wait a minute. No, that should be... do I got back facing on that? I guess maybe I do. I guess that's what that is. Hold on a second here. So we got the object... I'm going to rename this to ground plane. Yeah. Just to... because I got the two planes that I got in there from my screen, as well as the... so just to remove any confusion for myself here, I'm going to rename this to ground plane. Oh, saving. Okay, so do ground plane. This way I got some clarity in my list here as far as not getting confusing myself as far as what's what. So this object here. Okay. Just trying to see what I did here. Let me go ahead and hide this object. Now that I've detached that. And see what else I got into this model. I must have some back facing in here. Okay. I may not even need that. I guess I created some back facing on this here so that it didn't have the hollow. Yep, that's what I did. Okay. I see what it did. So yeah, now that I've got that piece that I detached out, that's the side that faces this way. This side that's left here is facing the back side, so it doesn't look hollow on this side. Right? So if we render this really quick here, kind of demonstrate. See, it doesn't have anything on this side. but it does on this side. Yep. Okay, so now we got that cleared up. What I want to do, I think, is see if I can't snap these vertices to the rest of this structure here. We don't need this clearance here, I don't think. I really don't think we do. Thought that texture was for the backside. Yeah, that's what I just showed. Yeah, so this one here, we got a backside and a front side, as far as the track facing side anyway. And this is the state of the structure, what it'll be when it's in like testing, practice qual, and so on. And then you've got the other frame, the other piece that I've got hidden. I'll hide that here for a second. This piece here is going to be for the animated frames. That's going to have the race action, whatever on it. Okay. Alright, so let's take this one, hide that back. So what I think I can do, I should be able to do, is I think I'm going to go so far as to detach this here, the back facing ones here. Let's go ahead and do that. I talked myself into it. Yeah, let's do that. So if we go polygon, we're going to detach this. We do that as object 2, that's fine. And then also, that one's still set to that pivot as well. So let's do effect pivot. Center that up. There we go. Okay. Now from here, see if we cannot snap these vertices. The rest of the structure here. Got a lot of gaps in here. I'm noticing too. So let's go vertice and go to Vert Snap. Oops. Yeah, so I should be able to just snap it to it like so, and I think we should be all right without any clipping, I would imagine. Just like that. Just snap it to it. Now there are some faces that are on. Now I can easily clean that up too. I guess as far as got some gaps in here too. I'm gonna clean a lot of that up. I think I can hide this separate now, even though that's snapped there. I can hide this and play around with the rest of the structure. Yeah. So let's go like this. We'll snap this one there. Cool. And that's basically the same vertex that we lined up our screen as far as our animated frames. Now, so we are getting some clipping here, I noticed, but we can remove a lot of these polys here. We don't need those. You're not going to be able to see that once you get these two opposing poly faces for the static screen. You're not going to see any of that. So we can definitely chunk all those polys out. We don't need those as far as they're going to be hidden. That's part of what I'll do next here. So now we've got that all snapped to the structure. Let's hide. I'm gonna have to turn off this autosave. It really bogs the system down, I guess, when I'm doing that. Alright, so let's go to, let's turn that off. Object 2, we're gonna go ahead and hide that for the moment. Now what I'm gonna do in this part of the structure, I'm gonna remove these polys that we don't need. That'll have these yeah. So let's do this. I think I should be able to do that pretty... Yeah, because we got a break in the poly here. Should be able to do that with no problem. So we have to take that out, that out. So, yeah, even in these side structures here, we'll be able to take all that out. Not going to see any of that with those opposing faces for that static screen covering it all. So yeah, we're just going to take all these out. We're going to optimize this even further than what we knew back then. what we knew then as opposed to what we know now is very much different. Definitely want to make sure we're optimizing these things. If there's polys that you can get rid of because they're not going to be visible, definitely get rid of them. In this case, we've got several polys we can get rid of. And not that it really put a detriment onto the track as far as having all these polys that are not necessary or needed. It's still pretty well optimized even with that. But I think I intended when I initially, going back to my original idea behind this, was if they took the screen down, as far as like say for during the winter, so having the option to be able to take the screen away and just leave the structure as far as the scaffolding structure. I think that was part of the reason why I did it the way I did it, as far as to keep that the integrity of all those polys visible. I don't really think we need to go that far with it though, to be honest. So alright, so we're going to leave these all on the bottom supports here. Those are all still going to be visible. So it looks like I got some further adjustment I can make. Maybe not. I guess that's still pretty good. All these, I did notice a little bit of gap in. I think I can close those up, I think. Let me check this out here. Yeah. So what I can do, let's go into vertices. Let me highlight this really quick. So there should be a vertice. Wow, I got some really nasty overlappings here. You can see we don't need any of this right here, I don't think. Look at the backside here. Nope, we don't need any of that. So the fact that I've got this this piece here kind of clips into the inside of this. This is a lot of unnecessary polys that are inside of this vertical structure. Don't need any of that. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do, we're going to really decompile this here a little bit. So what I should be able to do, in theory at least anyway, yeah, so we can really see how far that poly goes into this vertical strut here, how far that goes in. We don't need that in there. There's no reason for that. We can have this butt right out to the outside edge of this, and that's all we need. So I think what I will do, in effort to get at these a little bit easier and not have to, you know, dig out the vertices for these, I'm going to segregate these vertical struts, these vertical pieces here, from these horizontal pieces, so that I can resize the ends of these. I should be able to do that pretty easily by going like so. Let's get out of this though. Time to get out of the eraser. No, I don't need to erase. I just need to detach. And we're going to basically just resize these horizontal struts to butt up with the outside edge of this. So we can still use what's here, but just doing some cleanup is all. Yeah, so I think I can just go ahead and select this. We'll get the top of this too, and I think as well as the back side. Like, oh, saving again. Oh, you dirty rat. There we go. Alright, so we're going to detach all that. Just like that. Yep, go with detach. Keep that as object 3, that's fine. And we'll go ahead and hide it. Actually, let's affect the pivot. Center that onto there. And then we'll hide it. Cool. See, now we can get at all these a little bit easier. What we do need to know, and we can use this strut down here, is that's going to be basically in the same, at the same, let's go into the vertex here. So the ones that we just hid there is going to be at the same level as this bottom piece, this bottom vertical strut here. So we can get the X coordinate from that. right? And then we can apply it to all these ends here. So I think what I will do, this bottom one, I'm going to do these one at a time. And again, just to show the clarity of how much I'm moving that over. Okay, so I'll select this vert, paste that X, and we can see how much that's moving. Okay. Oh, we got one more vert right there. Now I'm only doing this one at a time just to kind of show how much we're adjusting this, right? You definitely can feel free, I guess, to select all the vertices either through a drag select or, you know, a particular selection tool and get those all at once and then just move them all over. I'm just moving them one at a time here. We got several vertices here. And I'm just moving them over to butt up with this outside edge of this vertical strut. And again, this maintains the mapping and all that stuff to it as well. That's another fair mention here. I think at this point I'll go ahead and do a drag select there. There we go. So now we're all butted up to this. And looks like we got some other polys we can move here. Oh, we got the bottom ones here. Yep. Gotta get these here too. There we go. And there we go. Yeah, well, we don't need any end caps there. So once we put that vertical strut back there, let me bring that back here really quick just to see what that looks like first, just to confirm. We may need to keep those in there. Let's bring it back here really quick. So let's do unhide object 3, which is that. So yeah, those might be visible still. So we might have to keep those in there. Yeah, I may just go ahead and keep those in there because this is all going to be transparent. So that end cap is definitely going to be visible. Yeah. So we could probably just keep those in there. Now, this clipping that we're noticing here too, that's probably going to be noticeable, I guess, as far as in our final object there. So we might have to squeeze that down, you know, just kind of lift that a little bit so we don't get that clipping. Because the fact that we're seeing it here, we'll definitely see it in our finished model. So I'll probably have to move these. Let's see if I can highlight these. I should be able to do that by just a drag select, like so. And what we're going to do is just bring it down a tick on the X, like so. Just to kind of lift that off of there so that it's not clipping into that piece. So I just took it a tick down on the X by just ticking down on the arrow. And that kind of lifts that up there, so now we don't have any more of that clipping. And we shouldn't have all that much of a gap there either. Okay. Oops. Yeah, so that should be pretty good. Alrighty then. Yeah, so our screen, our static screen is going to go in front of this, all these with all the polys that we missed, so that's all going to be covered. So we'll have to do pretty much all of that on the other side. We got to finish getting the rest of these here. Yep. So I think the way I'll do this one here, I'm going to copy that X that we moved. Save it again. Come on. There we go. I had to give it, wait a second there. Alright, so what we need to do here, I need to, now that I moved that, I'm going to have to get this X and recopy this X, like so. Since we did move that down a tick to remove that clipping. Okay, and then we're going to rehide this for the time being. And now on all of these remaining horizontal struts, I'm going to highlight the ends of these all together in one fall swoop and basically adjust it to that length there. So let's go vertex, highlight all those. We already copied that X value for that bottom piece, and we'll go like this, and boom, now they're all adjusted. See, now when we bring back that object 3, that'll be nice and lined up there. And we no longer have all that buried inside of that, because that's just unnecessary. Now, I think part of the other reason why I might have done that, now that I look at this, is these ends here needed to go. I had these lined up with these here, right? I think that's probably what I did. So I may not even want to do this. I probably had those out there for a reason, now that I look at it. And we can definitely move those back with no problem. But the fact that we did scale this down, going back to that, the little, you know, as far as the way these line up here, are not going to do that anymore. So they're a little bit off, as we can tell here. So I think initially I had all these, before we scaled it down, as far as the height of it, these all lined up with this on the texture. So we can still do that, I guess, as far as that goes. But that would mean also we would need to bring these back out to this level, which is, again, it's not that big of a deal. So we're kind of learning, you know, this kind of remembering as far as like how we built this structure, I guess, in the first place, as far as to line things up. But I can definitely tell just by the adjustments that we made so far that it threw all the spacing of this off. So if we want to use the spacing that's on the texture here to line up all these horizontal scaffoldings here, that's what we want to do. Cool. Alright. And looks like my playlist is over again. How are we doing time-wise here? I know it kind of has... the stream is kind of taken on, you know, just focusing on this one particular object there, but... and I know it's being a little bit lengthy, I guess, as far as to... But this is more or less the process for pretty much the entire build. Using that LiDAR information to our advantage to be able to do this. Let's see. So this was our template here. I'm just wondering how close are we to this. Yeah, so we can be able to move this. So this can still be used, I think. Let's bring in... Now, keep in mind I don't have that updated LiDAR information brought into here, but I showed that process earlier as far as what you need to do to make that happen. And then this template here, there's the low poly version of that LiDAR, to be able to create that into an object to bring into Enter 2003 Sandbox. That's what you'd want to do. You can still use this, I feel. Rightfully so. So this original LiDAR that we had, just out of curiosity, is that one flipped too? Just want to know. So I brought in... Okay, that was for the big hoss. Okay, cool. Just trying to remember which one was what. Now, if I wanted to further... In fact, I think I'll do that. So this is big hoss. I'm going to label this as accordingly so I know what's going on with the scene. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so let's chunk this down a little bit. I'm just going to rename this really quick. Let's see, what else I got? It's a pretty long name for this one. I think I'm going to maintain some of it. Just a lot of it I don't need. Okay, let's... Oh crap. Don't do that. Don't do that to me. What's 384? Oh, right on the nose too. You got some massive hours in there, that's for sure. Appreciate that time. It's probably definitely been longer than that though. As far as prior to me actually getting into the streaming part of things, yeah. Okay. Wow, this is a long name in here. I didn't realize that was so long. Let me do this. I got a better idea. Let's do this. I'm going to go into my items list here, I think. Nope, I guess I can't. Okay. we'll do it this way then. Get to the end of this. This thing is a pretty long name. I don't need it this long. I want to keep some of that information, but just not all of it. So let's do copy. I'm going to paste this into a text document here really quick. So let's do new text document. Good old fashioned. Paste that in here and I'll just adjust it here. Man, that thing is long. I even chunked some of it out. Alright, so let's do this. There we go. And then what I'll do is I'll just do Texas. And we'll do, I'll just name this Big Hoss. Like so. So 2018 stand. This so I can maintain some of the, and then where it came from, USGS, all that good stuff. So let's do copy this from the text document into here. Boom. So now in my items list, I should only have that. Cool. That'll at least let me know what that is as far as when I'm hiding it, bringing it back, and taking it back out or whatever. This Texas temp, that was what was torches. That was a piece that we detached out from our original model for that piece. That's cool. And then our ground plane. So now we can kind of tell which everything is in here. Alright, so now the other piece I was trying to bring in here is this one here. This is our original LiDAR that has the minimal information, which doesn't have the information for 3 and 4. That should be this orange. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so what I'll do here is, just out of curiosity, let's do effect pivot. Center that. Yep, that is centered. Okay, cool. Okay. So I'm checking. So that should be that. This is the missing information in turn 3 and 4. That's the only thing I wanted to. Yep. Yeah, we got the orientation of everything. And whether or not I did that myself, as far as to flip it upside down, it could have been me. But it's easy to do, and I kind of showed just understanding. Using this gizmo here, the fact that when we were originally working on it was this way. So when we were bringing stuff in here, everything was seeming to be upside down. So your Z on your axis here and working 3ds Max always is usually pointing up. So if you're not getting that way, that needs to be corrected, I guess, before you move on. You hit 300 finally. Did you really? On the, did I miss it? I think I missed it. Where does it show that? I made a new one based off the new LiDAR. Oh, cool. So you already have that done. Nice. Did you post it in there? I guess maybe I missed it. I'm sorry. Yeah, you did. 301. Yep. I just I had to scroll back there a little bit. Massive support there. Appreciate that time you both got in the stream there. I think Torch is catching up to you though, there, James. You're slacking a little bit. Just saying. Alright, so anyway, this is a pretty good orientation as far as what we got here as far as our ground plane. What I currently got selected is the old LiDAR. Missing the information 3 and 4. We got the new stuff there now. So we can definitely bring that into this scene if we wanted to. And then our low poly version of the LiDAR to create our model to bring into Sandbox. So let's do that. So we'll leave it just like this. I'm going to go ahead and save this scene. It has been auto-saving, but I'm going to save a new scene to what I want it, not based on what the auto-save does. So let's do a save as. I'm just going to put this to the desktop for now. And I'm going to name this, hold on a second. I got a particular, I'm very particular how I want these things saved. So let's go back this way. And I want to go back to my 17 stuff. Okay, that was for my SRA. got an idea. Let's do properties. I'm going to take some of this. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and save this scene by using that format. Save that to my desktop. Boom. Paste, and then I'll just edit this. We'll go Texas. And we're going to call this, I think, unofficially 20. 3ds Max, and we're going to do this as LiDAR. That way I know what's going on with this particular scene. I might even go so far as just to capitalize this T. Why not? So Texas 20, 3ds Max, LiDAR. That way I know what's going on with this. So we'll go ahead and save that to our desktop. Hopefully it doesn't make the stream crap out. Give that just a second. There we go. Now I've got my own scene. I can close this out. Don't need that anymore. And there's my scene. So I can go back right to this one. So I highly recommend, as far as like going through this process here, you're going to want to have a scene with whichever version of 3ds Max that you are working with to save all these different components that you're dealing with in here. So whether it's models, the track surface, anything like that, once you get these things in there, save a scene. That way you can just always go in the scene and then manipulate those individual components for the LiDAR, different models that you're creating within it. And then you can just kind of take them out from there. You may have to save several different scenes because they will get pretty chunky, especially bringing in the LiDAR data. Just that little piece here is next to 80,000 faces just for this little section right here. So you may not be able to get all your LiDAR, your cloud point data into one scene. If you did, you would probably be chewing up quite a bit of hard drive space, guaranteed. So in some cases, what you might have to do is once you have the LiDAR in there and you get the model created, you might have to chunk out that LiDAR information so that the scene doesn't become so chunky and so bulky. It may necessarily come down to that. So yeah, definitely in the process of doing that, even if you do have either one scene or several scenes, chunk out some of that LiDAR so it doesn't make it so big. I really like my, I cherished my hard drive space, so it definitely behooves me, I guess, as far as to kind of keep things compacted and consolidated. So once I get things created based on LiDAR information, that's what I'll do. Looks strong being capitalized? Yeah. With some authority, right? Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking too. So now that I've got this scene, I don't really have any materials other than some of the, for the object. That's not going to matter. What really is the key component here, I mean, it will save, when they have a scene, it'll save all this material data. But if I tend to move that, it'll be relative to where I move that from. So if I create a new folder, as far as for all this information that I'm dealing with here, this will still be here. I may just have to repoint to where those textures are, but it'll still show on the material editor by saving that scene. Hopefully that makes sense. So it's like if I take this here and any materials that are in other locations, if I move that into, say, one isolated folder, as far as to include this scene, the only thing it would really be required, I guess, from there is just to repoint where that texture area is actually located. So by having it this way, that's part of the reason why I want to save it as a separate scene. Not only to have these individual components, but also the texture, where the texture locations are. Actually, you have 8. That's not surprising. I just got drive number 7. Oh, you're talking about drives. No, I don't even have that many. Nope, I got one drive, and that's a 1 tera. And that's, like I said, I had cherished my hard drive space. And the one drive that I have is partitioned to take care of, some for Inter 2003 stuff, as I've got here. So just to kind of show, I've got one for my Inter 2003 stuff. There's one for my farm sim stuff. There's one for gaming. There's one for just personal stuff, and so on. And each one of those is only like 50 gigs, something like that. somewhere, you know, whatever that partitions out to, I guess, as far as the 1 tera. So I got my operating system on one, and so on and so forth. It's all on one tera drive. So all my gaming, all my modeling, and every stuff is on one drive, just certain partitions is all. So yeah, when you're working on these types of things like that, as far as like that, unless you want to have several drives, and that's one way to go about it, is like Torch was mentioning there. That's one way you can do it, but I kind of take the approach of really cleaning up, I guess, the scenes that you're working on there. Once you get certain things made, just chunk it out. You don't need it anymore. I mean, you can still always go back to those poly segmentations down the road if you need to. If you need to bring things back in if you need to, but just again, just to kind of keep, you know, things consolidated and cleaned up to where you don't need to have duplications, I guess, of things in other scenes and other files. Yeah, so definitely once I get this model cleaned up here, even as it speaks right now, I could probably just go ahead and take out this LiDAR information up until I get the model completely done for this new video screen. The modifications I'm making to the video screen anyway, I can take it out. I won't need it anymore. Okay, so let's go ahead, with all that being said, let's go ahead and hide this back and continue modifying our deal here. So what we came to the conclusion of, we probably want to keep these vertical platforms here, as far as for the structure, out to this edge here. Now, going back to that, as far as like the way we initially had these done, they weren't going all the way to this end panel. So probably what we'll want to do, and I'm not even 100% sure that'll be necessary. I'm just trying to spitballing it right now to see if that would even be necessary to do. I could probably easily just get away with leaving it just like this, and it'll be perfectly fine. So with that being said, what I want to do, let's take a look at the model and how it looks prior to any of these modifications in the sandbox. Let's do that. I don't need this anymore. Let's close some of these items out. Let's go from here. So I'm going to the original 2015 build. That's going back a few years. Alright, Texas 15. Right here. We'll go into the day version. And looks like I was making some yeah, so I got my 3D SimEd file. This is what I would use, I guess, to make the DAE for creating the foam and all that stuff. I had a separate PTF, so this one here is just going to be just the track before I, you know, created that. And really, all that does is what this PTF here, all it really does is apply like a neutral color, I guess, to the different areas that I want to export out. And bring into 3D SimEd and create that model of the track in the form of a DAE, which you can export that out through 3D SimEd in that fashion. That's really all that PTF involves for the most part. I'm thinking maybe you should have left it how they were. Maybe. And so what I'm going to compare here in just a second, navigate over to, this is the original model before I did anything to it. Going back to the 2015 build, so just kind of see what this looks like. Okay, so yep, you can see the end caps here. So all that is definitely visible. But from what I'm noticing here, it is kind of tucked just slightly behind. Yep. So yeah, I definitely am thinking at this point now, going back to now that I look at it this way, we definitely want to see it. So this is what I moved back as far as these end caps here for these vertical pieces. They're not quite all the way to that. They're a little bit tucked behind this end panel. Yeah. So we can definitely put it back roughly to that same orientation there so that we have all that 3D dimension there. Now, going back, I guess, as far, yeah, see, here's the flags that they have on top of it too. That's what those little pointy bits that we see on the LiDAR. It's picking up these flags that are on top of the big hoss. Yep. So And that's all just by visual representation there, I guess, as far as, you know, just picture reference, as far as where those flags were. So now we have the LiDAR, we definitely can get those placed even more accurately, to be honest. Alright, so... yeah, just, you can see the different levels, I guess, appreciating, I guess, as far as the different levels of, so I got transparency on these, platforms here, as well as on the end panels, and this is all done through transparency, you know, as far as through just, the magenta background, right? So we haven't found it necessary to choose TI, for example. So this is just another example, I guess, as far as, how much detail you can put into an object by just using TI. So instead of using 3D struts, I guess, for all this business, to include these platforms or whatever, you can still achieve a rather 3D model. Yeah, so while we're in here, you can kind of show, so this is the animated frames that show during a race. So if we go through the different states here, we can kind of get an idea. So if we go to weekend 0, which is testing, so you can see a lot of the items go away because we're in testing. We don't really need all that much. So that's the blank screen. So this is the way it shows static when you're not in race mode. As far as in the race session, it shows this way. And then you can see, just as I showed it in 3ds Max, you got a backside as well as a track facing side. So what we could do, I guess, as far as the texture, we could actually apply an image on here that stays static and all time says it's just a blank screen. That's just the texture adjustment there. That's in testing. And then if we go to practice qual and all that stuff, we get a little bit more objects there, but we still have blank screen. And once we get to the actual race, got everything populated there. We now have animated frames. And that's the first frame, so that's yeah. And the fact that it doesn't have any clipping to it and I have all that lift on the screen, as I showed in 3ds Max there, that eliminates any potential clipping of the structure into that. We're going to be cleaning that up there so that it still will remain that way. I remember this is something that James did way back then. 5 years to the good there. This took a little bit of doing, from what I do remember. What we know now, this is totally much easier to do, but I can remember how much he struggled a little bit as far as to get that little bit of a 3D piece, I guess, as far as on that Coke sign. And it even has it on the back side. But he doesn't have it on this one. I remember that being somewhat of an issue there as far as to create that, though. Got that little bit of 3D, you know, protrusion, I guess, as far as the actual billboard. I do remember that very well. But yeah, those are all handmade by Racer James back in 2015. And to include all these other billboards that we got in here too, on both ends of the turns. He worked very diligently, I guess, to get every single one made independently so that you can put independent sponsorships and advertisements onto them. Did a pretty damn good job on them too. So you removed all the back facing on it because you don't typically see those, I guess, during a race session here. Especially if you were to put a camera like here to watch the race, you're not going to see that. So he took point, I guess, to be able to remove the polys that we wouldn't necessarily see. So even if you were to put a camera here, wouldn't be that terrible. Yep, what we know now as opposed to what we knew then, that's very much different. But all this is brand new. Every single piece of that. So yeah, pretty cool. So anyway, that kind of gives you a little bit of insight as far as like the original build of that animated screen. We'll go ahead and close that for now. We'll get back to another model here. So now we've been able to take a look and see how that actually is designed. We want to maintain this length that we had in here, and that can easily be acquired, no problem. So let's go back into, we'll hide this piece, and probably initially what I'll do, let's get the vertex of this end panel here, and then we can adjust it, set it back a little bit further, like a click or two from that, but at least give us a start on the X there as far as what we want to bring these back out to. We don't want to bring it all the way to that end panel. We want to have it behind that a little bit. All right. So this does have back facing here too, as we saw looking at that. It's got back facing on even this center section here. So let's go ahead and render this really quick to kind of show. So it does have, oh, it doesn't have back facing there. Okay, thought it had back facing there. Let's try it on this side. No, I guess it don't. Okay, cool. That's a trick of the eye, I guess, as far as that goes in. I guess I was just trying to eliminate some of the polys too. You can get too detailed with these types of things there too. So just by having, you know, that the polys facing the way they are, you don't even hardly notice the fact that there's no poly on the back face of these. So yeah, we're gonna maintain, I guess, that entire concept. So what I'll do, copy this X. Oh, it's saving again. That's just the autosave. I already saved it myself once. We're gonna copy this X. Okay. Now, just to keep in mind too, I know we're closing in almost a little more than 3 hours in the stream here. A lot of information's been shared in here. I'm probably not going to get done with this model prior to the duration here, because I probably will be ending here pretty soon. But it at least gives you some sense of what the process is as far as to get these types of things made. The fact that I already had the bulk of this model already made and just needed to adjust it based on a previous build, that was half the battle. It would have probably taken me a little bit longer to do that without having this. You know, because I would have had to create all this from scratch, which could easily be done. But the fact that majority of the work is done for me right here, just half the battle. To include the fact that all this stuff is already, it's already texture map. Just makes it that much better. Okay, so what we want to do, getting a little bit off on tangent, let me make sure we copy this again. And go into, I'm going to hide this back. We don't need that anymore for now. Go to this, and then I'm going to highlight. This might be a little bit tough to do. Let me see if I can zoom in. Yep. I want to drag select these, and those. Okay. And paste that to that X and move that back out. Now, I want to go slightly behind that. I want to bring it slightly back, and we want it tucked behind that end panel. We don't want it flush necessarily. Just to remove any potential clipping, I guess, of that. Alright? And that's pretty much the way we had it in the first place. We probably had it a little bit further back than where I'll put it, but I'm just going to, with those still highlighted, I'm just going to tick this back just a couple times. Maybe about 4 times there, just to tuck that behind that end panel, so it doesn't clip onto that end panel. So we can bring back that end panel, object 3, and confirm that we don't have any clipping there. So there we go. Now whether or not that was the original position there, doesn't matter. That's just what I'm going with. Alright, so we'll do hide. Now what we can do is take any one of these vertexes that we just moved, that we just adjusted, and we can even still just copy that. Doesn't matter. So you're with them all selected, just any one of these verts. Copy that value. And now we want to apply that to these other verticals, or horizontal platforms here. So what we'll do is we'll do a drag select on these, with all those selected, and paste that X into there. There, so that moved all the. Now, so because I did them all at once, there was might have been hard to see. Let me go ahead and back it up real quick. Did that even move? Just a second here. Now I'm kind of curious. I don't even know if it moved. Just a second here. Screen. Vertex. I'm kind of curious. Did that even move? They may not even need to move all that much. Let's see here. No, it didn't move. Hold on a second. Let's try doing these one at a time. Alright, so we already still copied that value from here. I'm going to do these one at a time here, one group at a time here. So let's do paste. You can definitely tell they did not move. Oh, okay. I see how you're going to be. So it was already an editable poly. Why is that not adjusting? The heck? I know that ain't right. Alright, let's double check here. Let's do it on a side-on view. That definitely did not move. There's still offset there. Interesting. Let me try just one vert here. Might have had a little bit of an issue, I guess, as far as having those all selected when I copied the X. Let's do just one vert. Copy that value. And then paste it here. Oh, saving again. That 5 minutes goes by fast. Interesting. Why is that not? Let's go back this way. Zoom. Oh, for crying out loud, are you kidding me? Why you do this to me? Screen. Zoom. Okay. Alright, let's see here. What I don't think is happening, so I got this on frontal view here. For some reason it's not adjusting to that level. Why is it not adjusting to that? What's wrong with you? I can definitely tell just by eyeballing this is not to that level. What the heck? Paste. You dirty rat, you. Okay, hold on. Don't know why it's not moving to that proper level there. Okay, let's try. Got a vertex selected. Now, even though it doesn't show me that it's selected, I can see over here that I do. Okay, let's try that. Copy that. It's being stubborn. Getting to that point where probably need to bring this thing to an end here pretty soon anyway. Let's do that. Paste. I don't know why that doesn't want to move. You dirty rascal, you. Alright, let me try these one at a time, I guess. It should definitely be allowing me, I guess, to do one all at once there. Why is none of that moving? That's crazy. I know darn well that thing is not lined up. Oh, you just... Yeah, so just by looking this at head-on view here, that definitely is not lined up with this here. But I'm not sure why it ain't adjusting there. I got it as an editable poly. That is interesting. Huh. Never had that happen before. Yeah, so probably on this end, I'll probably just end up leaving that alone. We did, you know, at least be able to see what we could adjust over here, and that was nothing wrong with that. Let's see here. I gotta figure out why the heck this doesn't want to adjust. I don't want to manually pull that out there. I want these all to line up evenly across that. That's why I figured by selecting one of these verts, copying that X, and even selecting all those, that should, in theory, work. Paste. You dirty rat. Anyway, that is not lined up. I'm sorry to tell you. And it could be just a trick of my eye, but I can tell that's definitely set back more than this one is. Goofy son of a guy. Let's go ahead and bring back. So we knew from what we saw previously that when we put this vertical piece in there, that it was flush to this outside edge, right? So maybe it is. Maybe it's just my eyes. I I definitely didn't see it move though. So if we bring this back, that definitely confirms whatever that we're where we need to be. Okay. That's just my eyes. That's basically all it came to. So from here, what we need to do also is one of two things. We can either adjust the texture mapping of this vertical piece here to line up with where we got these, or we could go so far as to adjust these individual vertical pieces to line up with their texture. I'm kind of leaning more towards the fact that we need to redo the mapping. Since we did rescale this model height-wise, it does suggest to me that we would need to adjust the texture mapping as far as these vertical pieces here. So let's do that. So we got this as a separate piece here, and we can do the same thing on all these individual pieces here. And then in actuality, what we probably even do even more is once we adjust the mapping to this, we can actually clone that piece and put it in these pieces and take these out and just replace it with our new mapped piece. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do it that way. So what we'll do with this segregated like this, textures applied to it's doing unwrap. Go into this. We're going to use this to our ability as far as having this still mapped. Okay. Okay, so what we need to do is keep it to this level here, go into our wrap so we can see where our wireframe is actually mapped. I'm going to see if I can get this all in the picture here. Alright. So we can go into poly view like this. So that's that side. Oopsie. So I don't really have any room to be able to adjust that. Now that I look at the texture and the mapping of this, I don't really have any room to be able to adjust this in without having to add to it or take away from it. Yeah, so if I do this, for example, here, let's do this. I need to do F2. So I still got it highlighted. I just toggled off the highlight in the viewport. So if I do this, see how it's adjusting? We don't want that. So what I may have to do is actually adjust these horizontal platforms to line up with the texture. That'd probably be the better route to go. That way we don't have to adjust the texture. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, so we'll keep this way. Yep. And so that was actually an option we could have looked at as far as to adjust the texture. We don't have any room to be able to do it and still make it look halfway decent. So it would probably just be better to adjust these individual deals here to where these actually line up here. That wouldn't be too hard. Oh, just be a matter of detaching these out and move them down. We can do that in one at a time here. Yeah, that'll work. No problem. Alright, so let's collapse that. We don't need that. Oh, I hate when it does that. I always think it's going to crash when it does that. Yeah, bottom one is okay. We don't need to adjust that one, so it's just going to be these here that don't quite line up. Yep. Okay, so what we want to do, polygon. Oops, my bad. Gotta get back into this structure here. So I forgot that was still one piece by itself. Alright, so we need to go polygon. Oops, I gotta turn that back on so we can see it. There we go. See, it goes all the way across there, so we should be able to get the end caps. Okay. That's probably got an end cap in here too. I might have to... I might be able to get at it. Let's see here. It might behoove me just to go ahead and remove this, detach this in here too. I think I'll just do that just to make it easier on myself. Yeah, I think I'll do that real quick. So let's do this. Yeah. Let's do that. That way we've got it balanced as far as between both ends is having those verticals. Yep, just like that. We'll just detach that. As object 4, that's fine. Let's go to here, go to Effect, Pivot, and center to that. Cool. Alright. Now from here, what we can do is keep that separate. Top 3, no, they're not actually. If you look at just minimally off as far as that goes. So I want to get these lined up to this bar right here, and it's slightly up too high, so I need to bring it down. It's and it's in succession here as far as when we squatted this thing down from how high it was originally there. These definitely lined up right in the middle of that slat there, so by pushing it down it actually put this too low on the texture, at least anyway. So we need to bring this vertical platform down to line it more up to the middle of that. It's ever so slightly off, but you can tell this it's up higher, I guess, than that, so we need to bring it down. I'm picky that way, so that's alright, so we need to go into polygon. And it's my model, I can do what I want with it. Alright, so we need to go back into the main structure here. Now we got those segmented out. Alright, so now if we go polygon, now we don't have to worry about selecting the polygons that are on the vertical pieces, at least anyway. We'll only be able to select those that we need. Okay. And there's not very many polys on to it. Now that we took all those polys off the one side, makes it even that much easier. So let's go detach. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename these. I'm going to do horizontal 1. Just so I don't have all the same stuff in the items list there, just as far as to be like, okay, which one is that? So let's do horizontal 1. Okay, so now that's in its one piece. Oh shoot, I forgot the bottom. Dadgummit, I forgot the bottom of it. Here, let's take the ground plane out. Let's do hide. Yeah, I goofed. So when I did that, I didn't get the bottom of it. Yeah, let's hide all this other stuff. We don't need that. Hide that. Hide that. Just gonna get that noise out of the way. Okay. Now, oh my goodness. I hate when I do that. Alright, so what we did forget to do is get the bottom. So let's go to this. Actually, I need to go back into the main structure. Get out of there. There we go. Now we need to get the bottom. And what I'll do is once I get this bottom, it's all one poly. That's nice. We'll go ahead and detach it. And that's fine for now. So what I'm going to do, get out of this. Select this here. So I'm selecting this one first, and then I'm going to go into my items list, grab this object 5, like so, and I'm going to collapse it. Collapse, selected. There. So by selecting that first piece there, it kept that, maintained that name, but now it's all one piece again. So from here, what I'll do is also, let's save it again. Okay, and we'll do effect pivot. Now really what I could do, I might just go ahead and do that. I got this one piece here that I've already got segmented out, it's already mapped, all that good stuff. I can actually chunk out the rest of these and just line up which ones I need to with based on the, you know, on the verticals here. I could easily do that. In fact, I may just do that. I'm talking myself into it again. So I'm going to convert this back to an editable poly. Because when you collapse it, automatically will put it to an editable mesh. So just to kind of keep it, just in case we do need to do anything with that piece. Edible poly gives you a lot more options than the edible mesh would do in most cases. Alright, so what we'll do is go back into the main structure here. And what we're going to do is chunk out all of these here. I think I can do this. I don't need the bottom one. This ought to be pretty swift. Okay, and I also need to get these ends here. You know what? Hold on. Let's go ahead and hide. Again, that's part of the reason why I segregated these out here, so just make it easier on ourselves. Let's hide those. Go back into the main structure. There. Okay, now we can poly select all of that. Yeah, this would be much better. Okay. And because these all got to be adjusted anyway, I can just easily just take this one and clone it. Get that all centered, and I can line those up where they need to based on the vertical pieces there. Okay. So let's chunk those out. Okay, now we're down to this. Now we can take this, put that centered where it's at. Now I'm going to bring back the vertical pieces, which should be 2 and 3. Nope. And to hide that one, so it must have been 3 and 4. Yeah, must have been what it was. So I got 3 in, unhide, 4. There, now we got our vertical pieces back. Now we can take this and clone it. Oops. And do it as a copy. And just going to take some of these zeros out as all. Horizontal 2. And now we can move that down to where we need it to be. Line it up on our vertical piece here as far as like so. And we can also move this one too. It wasn't that much off, but it was just enough. Just enough to be necessary, I guess, to do that. Clone. Horizontal 3. Move that down. Oh yeah, this is going to look so much nicer. Alright, so do an edit clone. 4. Boom. Move that down. Clone. Horizontal 5. And that should be the last one. Boom. So now we've got those all nice and lined up with our vertical. Let's check the other side there too while we're at it. Should be just fine. Okay, so we must have this a lot closer on this one here than we do here. You see, we can't see the end cap, so we might move those just a little bit. Just kind of tap them over just a little bit. I mean, you could probably easily just leave it like that. I don't want to be too bad. But keeping in mind we didn't touch these at all from their original position, but we did adjust these down. They're just a tick, you know, a couple ticks away from that actual end panel. That is that trans side there. So that may not necessarily be too bad, actually. You could probably easily just leave it like that. But if we wanted to, we could probably move those over. Let's see here. Let's try something. Let's just see here. So if we go like this and move them up a couple ticks. Oh, wrong way. Something like that. So, how many ticks was that actually? Oh, saving again. Alright. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks like I did about 6 ticks there. Okay. Fair enough. So I'm going to do 2. Wrong way. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright. So let's do it 6 ticks. Alrighty then. Select this one. Vertex. 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Just kind of move those up a little bit. Alright, gents, I am heading to bed. I will catch you. Alrighty there, James. I appreciate it. I will be in here pretty soon here anyway, to be honest. Like I said, we're closing in on 3.5 hours. A lot of good, solid information. Yeah, so definitely a step in the right direction here as far as like that. So I'm definitely a little bit excited, I guess, to be, you know, somewhat a part, I guess, of creating some new objects, I guess, for Torch's new build here, and just being involved in whatever aspect that we can, I guess, as far as with that that process there. It's definitely not easy doing it by yourself a lot of times. But the fact that he did a Dover build pretty much all by himself there, but yeah. Need anything, let me know. You're right on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, so let's do Vertex. What's not at all? I forgot what I was talking about there. Let's see, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. Yeah, we'll do this bottom one here too. Just kind of keep them all nice and equal. Vertex. Oh, I want to make sure. Ooh, easy there. Selecting some verts there I don't want to have there. Okay. Alright, let's do this for a second. Let's take this, hide that. Yeah, I don't want to get. I was selecting some verts by doing that drag select. I don't want to select there, so let's go Vertex. Let's go this way. Yeah, very lonely. Yeah, so it's understandable. Okay. There, just making sure I'm only getting those. Now we want to go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gotta keep those all nice and even there. Cool. Now we can bring that vertical piece back. There we go. So now we're all even there. Even Steven. So we all nice and evened out. Okay. Alright, now let's what other pieces did we have here? We had the object one was the back facing. Forget which one was which though. Okay, so that's the one that's track facing. And we already got that snapped to the actual structure here, I believe. Yep, and we already removed all those polys. So what we might need to do is take this one here and actually snap it to the corner, because there's still a little bit of a gap there, so I can render this really quick. See that we got that gap that's around there. So we're going to have to snap the corners of this screen here to our new structure. Now that we got those polys out of there, we can definitely see all the gaps that exist there. Want to fill those bad boys in. Okay. So let's do that. We're going to do a vert snap. Let's turn that on. Let's get this vert, snap it to that. We only got 4 corners on this one there, so it'll be pretty easy. We got it. So we got a little bit of magenta showing up here, and that's part of the texture. So let's render this really quick just to kind of see. Yeah, we may need to. No, I did adjust that texture, if we remember, and I might have adjusted that a little too much. So we'll definitely have a gap in here based on the alpha channel. So I'll probably have to re-unwrap that and fix that. I'll probably mess that up or whatever when I check that mapping. Yeah, we'll fix that. So just as long as we know that's snapped to that corner, I'll just have to fix that texture mapping for that vertical piece. Okay. Nope, saving again. Man, 5 minutes is going by fast. Get ready then. Okay. I'm gonna definitely be making sure that I purge a lot of those autosaves because they're probably jahongus. Surprised it isn't making the system just kind of puke itself. Yep, so we're just gonna go ahead and snap all these. Oh, we got a little bit of clipping here, so we're gonna have to adjust Where did it snap that? Holy crap, hold on. I didn't even snap it at the right spot. There we go. That's more better. Yeah, that'll work. I can dig that. Oh yeah, absolutely. That is a fact. Yeah, I think that'll work just nicely. So let's make sure we don't have any clipping with that being snapped to that. There's a little bit, but it's not that terrible. Yeah, so definitely if you do witness any clipping as far as like what you witness here in 3D Max, if you notice any clipping in here, you're definitely going to see it in your final model. So you definitely want to tend to that, I guess, once you get to that. So we got to get the, let's go ahead and hide this. Now we got this snapped into place. And get, I think that was object 2, which was the back faces of that. Just to confirm, yep, that's the back faces. Cool. Alright, so we want to do the same thing to this. I think I already did. I just want to make sure. Let's confirm here. I think I already did, though. Yeah, so I do need to fix that texture mapping. So all the way down here, nice and evenly all the way down this here. I got to redo that mapping for that to remove that little sliver of the magenta that's there. Otherwise, that's going to have a gap in there. We don't want that. So yeah, the back face looks like that's already done. So now let's bring back both of them and see how we look here. And again, we're observing to see if we got any clipping as far as the different distances here, which seems to be fine. Now, whether or not it'll actually clip even worse, I guess, as far as once we create the actual model, that's still yet to be seen. We'll have to test that once we get to that point. Right. Yeah, you're not wrong there, Torch. All right, so probably what I'll end up doing, just for the sake of this model. Now, keeping in mind, I've got this in the position. As far as where it belongs in the track, in the final build. Probably what I'll end up doing is eventually end up consolidating this all down, because it's only using the one texture for the static object, for example, and I'm going to zero it out. So right now, as this stands, this thing is in its, like I said, as far as the world of the track, as far as the position of the track, I would want to zero this out and then apply the translate to it in the proper position based on the sandbox. So, but to at least initially get it built here, we can do that all in this position. Alright, so let's bring out this screen. This is for our animated frames. Okay, and again, at this point here, we can see if we got any clipping, because keeping in mind we still got the other planes for the static screen. That's still visible. It's still behind this plane, so we want to make sure we don't have any clipping between any of these individual planes for the screens. And so far I'm not seeing anything, so that's good. Now again, whether or not we'll actually witness any clipping as far as in the final model, that's still yet to be seen. So do we have this centered, right? No, we don't. We still got it down here. Let's go ahead and center this. Effect pivot. Center. Boom. Excellent. Alrighty then. Yeah, so even at this point here, we can definitely we can go ahead and collapse down all the individual pieces that we got in there. We got everything where we want it to be. We're only using the one texture, so that's not going to step on the mapping. So let's try that next. Get that centered out. Now I'm keeping this as plane 0. Going back, I guess, to the design of this, as far as the scripting of it anyway, let's go back to that really quick. So the way that's scripted, this thing needs to be called plane 01. Now we can rename it here, definitely, but this is, as far as the script is concerned, it's looking for this mesh, as far as to copy the frames to, so frame 2, it's making a copy of, and so on. So this is why we're keeping the name of that name. This is specific to this script. So we can definitely rename it here, but then we'd have to make sure we apply it to the script if we decide to do this. So that's the only reason why I'm keeping this as plain 01, at least anyway. Okay. Now we're going to hide this, and to this point, I'm going to go ahead and collapse this all down. So I can take. I want to keep it this name. This is our original, the name of our entire structure. So I want to maintain that name. So there is a hierarchy as far as like how you select things when you collapse. And I've shown this before, so this is kind of just a little bit of a refresher. Whatever first piece that you select is the name of your shape once it's collapsed. So I want to maintain this name. It's probably not going to matter in the grand scheme of things, because as far as we don't have a whole ton of things in the scene, but just to kind of keep in mind as far as like when you're collapsing things together, when you have a multiplicity of things, the very first thing that you select is what your shape is going to be named over here once it's entirely collapsed. So we're going to select this one first, and I think I just want to verify these are all the pieces that I want to collapse together. Yep. So we're going to go basically from this, and then from there it doesn't matter. Hey, there you go. At least somebody got a slots today. GG's. And that's the middle one there too, as far as the 500 units. The maximum is the 1,000 points with the 3 robots. Pretty cool. Alright, so we got all that selected. We'll go into our little hammer. Collapse. Selected. And then what it's doing is it's putting that pivot there, so we're going to reset the pivot. Okay, so everything's collapsed down there. Didn't step on our texture mapping. That's awesome. Definitely want to make sure that's the case. And because I selected that first, it kept the name screen. So that's definitely what we want. And that also coincides back to the script. So in here, we've got this model here for the video change LG. As far as that pass file, it's going to look for that mesh, the name of that mesh. So again, just like with the plain 01 for the animated frames, it's going to look in this pass file as it calls us up there for this mesh. So we want to name it that. So regardless if we change the name of it in here, we'd also have to change the name of it here in our script. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to effect pivot, center it. Good to go. Alright, so now we're all fit. Now the other thing we want to do is, since we did all these modifications to the overall model, we want to reset the X form. Okay, so let's do that next. So we'll go into our hammer, reset X form, and with all that selected, reset X form. And what we're looking for is to make sure nothing's out of wonk here. We don't want this orange boundary box. We don't want it to be out of shape. We want it to be a nice contour, I guess, around our entire model, which is what we see. So that can be confirmed that our X form is solid. It's just and sound, however you want to put it. Okay, so with that being confirmed, we can go ahead and collapse that down. Yes. Okay, and now our model for that is good to go. It's between our individual screen, as far as the animated frames, and our static object. So from here we can, what we would have to do, I would take the approach to zero this out and save it as a new model, save it as a new 3ds. For now, what I'll do is I'll just leave it right in here. I'll bring all this stuff back without the LiDAR, I guess. Yeah, we'll do it like this way. This way we can kind of see what our progress is here as far as in our... So far we're on a pretty good roll here as far as creating our new objects here for our new 2007 or 2020 track build here. So once we get the new LiDAR, now that I've got that LiDAR, I guess I got from James earlier, I might play around with that myself, to be honest, just to see what I can come up with. And we can compare notes or whatever, as far as like whatever you come up with there, Torch. You can feel free to share that if you choose. But I'll probably play around with that just to kind of, you know, refreshing my skills, I guess, on the cloud compare. I did a little bit there, and I was surprised I even remembered as much as I did, to be honest, without even referring to our tutorial we got for the use of that anyway. Still looks big even though it's reduced. Well, it's now to scale. It's now proper, and it is, that's why they call it Big Hoss, right? Yep. So the fact that we've got that LiDAR information and it's in here properly, as we've seen, and I can bring that back here really quick here actually, just to confirm. So we go unhide this one here for the Big Hoss, and there's your buddy. So there's no denying we've got it to scale. Yep, and see, we can even see, based on that image that I was showing earlier with the flagpoles, that's what those represent. These little spiky bits, those are all the flagpoles that are on top of it. So yep, that's all the scale. Now we could do the same thing with the all the other objects that James had made with the billboards, and actually confirm that those need to be resized or whatever too. Sending you a new template and LiDAR. Okay, sounds good. Been exporting this whole time and it's almost finished. Well, there you go. So even as you were able to get proactive and get some, yep, that's what these streams are all about, I guess, as far as to, if you've got a particular process, if you got something to work on, some of these informations that are provided in the streams here definitely do come in handy. So yeah, there we go. So we got their ground plane, all this stuff. So I'll wait, I guess, whatever information you got for new LiDAR, new template. I'll chunk out the ones that are in here, and we'll just move on from there. I'm gonna go ahead and save this. I already got it saved on my desktop, so I'm just gonna save over it. Yes, please. Give that a second to save. And I think that's where I'm gonna call it good. We're closing in on next to 4 hours on the stream, and I think that's a pretty good place to call it. Bonus LiDAR from James. Nice. Yeah. And that LiDAR is actually nice. Now the fact that they must have updated that. No, I take that back. He did say there was 2 pieces. There was 2 scans that we didn't necessarily see. So he had to piece those 2 together. And that's how we ended up with I don't know how we missed that. I'll be perfectly honest. Yeah, it's a lot of good info, so it's not a lot of rubbish, I guess, as far as like that. Plenty of things that may happen during this stream, I guess, as far as to get... we're all on the way. I mean, all the groundwork is here. Literally, I guess, the ground plane. Everything seems to be lining up perfect. As far as the LiDAR, just bringing that initial LiDAR in for the Big Hoss, I would suspect nothing different, I guess, with the rest of the LiDAR. It should line up like freaking fantastic. Much the same fashion. The fact that I didn't even need to scale this LiDAR, most of the time, like I said, you'll find it necessary to have to do that. You may necessarily bring a polysegmented piece out of there. It could even be that when James did the polysegmentation and exported that out, you might have already taken that initiative to rescale it. I don't know. I didn't get that information from him. So if you did do that, appreciate that, James. But in most cases, you would more than likely have to rescale your segmented piece from the cloud point data in Cloud Compare, so that it's scaled to your proper size once you get your ground plane. I don't want to beat a dead horse on that, but I can't stress enough as far as how critical, I guess, to get your ground plane the proper dimension, as far as that is the basis and the foundation for the entire build. If that's off, everything else is going to be off. And so far from what I see here, is like everything's lining up the way it's supposed to be. It's there's nothing even remotely off so far. So he might have the plane to scale. Yeah. So if he's got all that, I don't know. He didn't really share that information, so I'm not 100% sure if he did that already that way. If he did, that's fantastic. It's cool. So the fact that we brought in that now going back on it though, it's like he. That was based on the raw LAS file, the LAS file. So yeah, the fact that it was just so perfect, I guess, as far as the scale, you won't always get that. I guess that's the main takeaway, I guess, from that. A lot of times your LAS file that you bring into Cloud Import, once you export it out, is going to be either oversized or too small, and you're going to have to scale it to your ground plane based on that proper dimension, Google Earth measurements, and all that good stuff. There's plenty of information out there on the Spline Design Studios website that goes a little bit more into detail with that, so feel free to check that out at your leisure. But I think I'm good to go on this. I got this thing saved up here. I appreciate everybody that did stop by to check out what we got here going on here for Spline Design Studios. As you can automatically tell, or obviously tell, we're in hot and heavy with the next rendition scratch track build of Texas Motor Speedway to depict more or less the present condition of it, and if nothing else, at least based on 2018. As far as the geometry of it, and that's post fact of the 2017 changes in the spring that they did to the turns 1 and 2 end, as we do know historically. So that is the premise, and part of the biggest reason as to why taking the initiative, I guess, to do that, I should say, torches. And we're just happy to jump on board, I guess, as far as to share whatever informations that we've got to help in that process of that build. So looking forward, I guess, to yet another build that'll bring another track to realization and fruition into in the form of new content for NASCAR Racing 2003. And yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and get off on this thing. I appreciate everybody that stopped by here again. If you haven't already, if you're lurking in the stream and are new here and have liked what you see, making sure you hit the follow button on the channel to make sure you're getting notifications for when the stream is live. Also, feel free to check out the social medias as far as the Rock Nation Discord. I'm also on the Twitter and our Spline Design Studios Facebook group page that serves as our forum for the website. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. It was a pleasure, I guess, to showcase, I guess, as far as what we got going on here as of late here for Spline Design Studios, and look forward to doing a little bit more later on. So yeah, feel free to also stick around, I guess, for the host at the end of the stream, and we'll see y'all later. Bye for now.